And welcome into the hot shop. I just want to give you guys an introduction as to what we have going on in general. Just in case you guys don't already know, we have Hilltop Artists down on the hot shop floor. And I am actually an alumni of the program myself. I started blowing glass when I was 15 years old in an after-school club. And that's why we're seeing a lot of youth on the floor, as this is a youth development arts nonprofit. It's been running since 1994. And it's currently serving over 650 students, ages 12 through 26. And we are working on some centerpieces for the upcoming luncheon that Hilltop Artists has each year in the fall. This year, it's going to be October 7th. And we have a ton of these pieces out as examples already on the front pedestal and on the front table. And the idea behind these pieces specifically is that we're using these flowers on the front table, which were fused with powdered colored glass and just water, thrown into a silicone mold, frozen, and then popped out before being fired. So a little bit of a different process. It's called freeze fusion, and we're using these pieces as little accents, as you can see on all of our finished products. And we do actually have a few of our hot shop team members that work here full time, our resident hot shop team. They'll help visiting artists that come through in finishing pieces and just being assistants. Now, these people that work here full time at the museum, they have between 20 and 30 years of experience blowing glass, so they're very professional. Sarah's the one sitting at the bench. And we have Trent, who is turning the pipe in front of her. So this is a pretty big piece of glass. We should already have an air bubble inside of here that we made in the very beginning. It's just kind of hiding underneath all the color and all of the glass that we have. We've been using a block, which is that wooden spoon-shaped tool, just trying to smooth and even the glass out, even out the heat. And we do have a few different ways that we heat up the glass. I'm sure you're probably wondering why we have a torch in the first place. We use this torch to heat up sections of the glass at a time and kind of focus or balance heat out. And then, of course, we have that large open face furnace to reheat the glass, make it malleable again. And both of those tools, they run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, now we've started to roll this on the marver. This metal table is a really thick slab of stainless steel, and the idea is to shape the glass sometimes, but also when we use this table, it's going to be pulling heat out of the glass wherever it touches. And that prevents it from blowing out too much in one direction. We can kind of control the thickness. And next, Sarah uses the jacks, these two metal blades, which earlier you saw us preheat these blades and then put some beeswax on them. This helps them glide smoothly across the glass, otherwise you'd be hearing this sort of screeching sound. We've created a jack line. This divot off the end of the pipe is where we break the entire piece off later on. We'll always start with this line before we even finish the shape of the piece. Yeah, first I just want to check and see if everyone can hear me on the microphone. Yeah? You guys can hear me all right? Okay. So I wanted to share about a program that I think some people would be interested in. We have some veterans in the audience, and for anyone else who may be part of the military or is a veteran themselves, you have an opportunity to blow glass here at the Museum of Glass. And this is a full sort of session that takes place for, I think it's about 6 to 8 weeks. And you blow glass once a week. You come into the hot shop in the evening, and I'm one of the instructors for it, so I have a lot of praise for this program, of course. It's completely free, and there's beginner, intermediate, and advanced glass blowing. And of course, it is very accommodating. I was pointing out to a member of the audience that there's some students who have limitations, such as they can't raise their hand any further than maybe their elbow or their shoulder, and we can kind of take over for certain parts, and then they go in and they shape the glass when they're sitting down, for example. You know, there's just so many different ways to get involved in glass blowing, and that program is one of the best ways. So we've already blown this glass out quite large. And Sarah's using this pad to shape the glass. This pad is actually just folded up newspaper that has been soaked or splashed with water. Surprisingly, you cannot feel any heat through the newspapers. You can feel radiant heat coming off of the glass as we work with it, though, which is why we're using wooden paddles to shield the artist's hand and arm from the piece itself. Yeah, that's a good question. I get that question a lot. The various furnaces throughout the hot shop, they usually are all running between 2,100 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And I want to point out a couple specifically. So when you're using this open face furnace, this is just to reheat the glass. We're constantly pushing natural gas inside of that furnace and it's just swirling around. And then we have the furnace with the closed door in the back. We technically have them on either side of the hot shop. And the closed door furnaces, that's where we keep the molten glass itself sitting inside of a giant ceramic crucible. And that is kind of the texture of honey when we gather it up on the end of our pipe. So if we stop turning, that can actually just drip off and onto the floor. So the glass furnace, that one actually does stay on 24/7, just so that the glass is the same texture and temperature all throughout. And then everything else we pretty much shut off when we're done and turn back on maybe an hour before we get started. Yeah. Oh, and if you're curious about this torch, kind of close to the front, we use this to heat up sections of glass at a time. It does run about the same temperatures as everything else, but this torch, it gets much bigger with the press of a button, and we can heat up just a cold area of the piece or kind of balance heat out, focus it to one spot. Yeah, now I wanted to point out one more time for anyone that hasn't seen our display pieces, these are all made over the last 4 days or so since Wednesday. And the special thing about these pieces are these flowers that we've attached to the side of the piece as sort of an accent. And that's what I was showing off to some guests in the front here. But we have some of these flowers. They were made out of powdered colored glass and put into a silicone mold with some water and then frozen to form this shape. And then, of course, this was fired in a kiln until the powder sticks together enough that it forms that solid flower. And this is something we don't see very frequently in the hot shop, this type of glass art. And if you guys are curious as to what just happened in the hot shop, you heard that kind of loud clang. We just knocked a piece off of one pipe and onto a different pipe. This is to flip the orientation of the piece. So this second pipe we attached to the bottom of the piece or the bottom of the vase. And now we can start to open it up from the top. So I just wanted to share real quick again what we have going on in general, since we have a few new audience members and people have been joining in here and there. But we have Hilltop Artists down on the hot shop floor. This is a youth development arts nonprofit that's been running since 1994. And that's why you're seeing a lot of youth on the hot shop floor. Usually you're going to see more adults, more professional glass artists. And we do have some of our resident hot shop team as well. They're sitting down and assisting throughout the process with the students. Now, specifically, we are making some centerpieces for our annual Better Futures Luncheon, Hilltop's annual Better Futures Luncheon. And this is going to take place on October 7th. It is always at Hotel Murano, so in downtown Tacoma. And our pieces that we've already made, we have a ton on display. And I pointed out those flowers because this is our accent for the pieces. We have a ton of them laid out on the front table right here. And yeah, they vary in size and shape. They do want a variety, so people have tons of pieces to choose from, and everyone can find their favorite. Oh yeah, and if you guys are curious, I haven't really pointed this out today yet, but up in the front we have some flame working going on. And flame working is very different. This is small scale glass art. So they're making beads, they can make flowers, they can make all sorts of things just on a much smaller scale. And it's also very detail oriented. You can't have shaky hands, you have to have a good eye for this. Yeah, that's a really good question. So, the color in glass comes from different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into the clear glass mixture. And then when they create the color in the first place, they roll it out into these long bars like this, and they cut it up into segments to attach to the end of the pipe and heat up and melt down. So we just use small pieces of color. It's not like we have an entire tank of colored glass to dip into. And yeah, this is called color bar. So we just get this shipped in. Yeah, so just as I was talking about color, they actually pulled out a piece of color and started working with it over on the right bench. So this is going to be heated up until it's completely molten on the end of the pipe. And then what we usually do is we drop it and kind of layer it on top of a clear bubble of glass so that we have a layer of color within the walls of the piece. Yeah, so I wanted to point out again, we're using the wooden paddle mostly to shield Sarah's hand and arm from the radiant heat coming off the glass, but we're also using one paddle to push against the opening so that we have a perfect kind of flat disc shape for the top of the neck or where it's flared out. Also, when we finish our pieces of glass, which we haven't seen them actually put any away or finish any quite yet, we put them inside of these boxes called annealers. And we have a variety of annealers. This one is a smaller one that's used for beads, which once again they're making up in the front. And then we have these top load annealers, so we load it from the top here. This door kind of swings to the side. And then we have the side load annealer. This is what we usually put our pieces inside of. We just open the doors outward. And these all sit at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And that may sound really warm, but at that temperature, the glass is solid. And then we just press a button at the end of the day and slowly cool everything all at once inside of that box. It's programmed to cool down at a certain rate overnight. And that whole process prevents thermal shock. Yeah, so what Trent's done in the front here is he's taken a single gather of clear and he has blown a bubble into the end. These pipes act a lot like straws, so you just blow into the end of it and it pushes through into the glass on the opposite end, expanding it like a balloon. Also, this is a really important step in the process. Right here, we're using a small handheld torch. You'll notice that the flame is a really bright blue, and that kind of tells us that this torch is really hot. I kind of compare it to a little lightsaber, and it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Super impressive amount of heat, and we're using this to heat up just a small section of glass so that we can attach one of those flowers like we have on the front table here. And I'll hold it up again for anyone that hasn't seen them yet, but this is fused glass that was made with powdered colored glass and water inside of a silicone mold and then fired in a kiln to basically enough for the powder to stick to itself and form these flowers. So we've just pulled out one of those flowers on a tray. We'll pick it up with some tweezers, and then we simply push that flower onto the surface of the piece. And this flower is a little cluster of 3 flowers that are light purple and have kind of a light green leaf. Yeah, also I wanted to point out, if you were curious as to where we got that flour, we heated them up inside of this large silver box right here called the garage. And the garage, it'll preheat or keep pieces at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And again, I know that sounds really hot, but it's pretty much solid at that point. And we can just pull it out to stick it to the piece. All right, so it looks like we are done with this piece. We've been preparing to break it off of the pipe by heating that connection where the glass is connected to the pipe until we see some movement. And you can see where all that heat is built up. The green is still glowing a little bit orange. So they let it cool down for a sec before applying some water. This water is going to crack the connection from thermal shock, and it should stay just where it's applied. And then to fully break the piece off, we just tap on the pipe with a tool, and it pops right off. And then we give them a round of applause for finishing the piece. Thank you, everyone. So now that that piece is done, once again, it goes inside of this box here to slowly cool overnight, and this will prevent thermal shock. So that's our first piece of the day done. Hey, welcome into the Hot Shop to those who just joined in. I just wanted to share that we have Hilltop Artists down on the Hot Shop floor. And this is a local youth development arts nonprofit that's been running since 1994. I am an alumni of the program myself. I started at 15 years old. And they're currently serving over 650 students ages 12 through 26. So it's a big program. They've got a lot going on. And their after-school clubs, summer programs, all sorts of things you can think of. All of it's free as well. So if you have any youth that would be interested in blowing glass and they are local or at least close to local, then they have a chance to participate in this program. Now, the pieces that we're working on, these are all going to eventually be our centerpieces for the Better Futures Luncheon that Hilltop Artists has once a year in the fall. And this is always in October, so you'll see a lot of pumpkins made for the event as well. This will happen on October 7th this year at Hotel Murano. And we have a view of the left bench at the moment where we're finishing off one more of these pieces. Something important about these pieces are the flowers that we attach as kind of an accent to the side of the piece. So if you haven't seen these yet, we have them all on the front table. And they are made with powdered colored glass that has been fused inside of a kiln. Also, just to point out again for anyone who is just joining in, we are creating those centerpieces in the hot shop, yes, but we also do have some flame working going on in the front right here. So flame working is more smaller scale glass art. You have a table mounted torch and you work with these rods of colored glass that are shipped in. And basically you just heat up this rod and wrap it around a metal mandrel, which is a little metal rod. And this will create just a basic body of a bead. And from there, you can shape it by rolling it or pushing into it with tools. You can add layers of color on top of each other to create dimension, whether it's just dimension in color or dimension in texture as well. And we do have a close-up of this on the screen now. And once again, this is called flame working. So all those insects that you saw in the gallery, those are all using flame working as well. So we are still preparing this bubble. We just gathered another layer of clear glass. All the clear glass is mostly to build up mass for the piece rather than, specifically we want a layer of clear. It's more so just to build up mass. And we do already have our color within the walls of this piece. And again, the color is coming from these little bars here. They actually come much larger to begin with, such as this right here. This is different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into the clear glass. And that clear glass is then melted down, or colored glass is melted down and rolled into bars, which are shipped out and used in the hot shop. And we just use small sections like you saw to melt down and layer within our pieces. And again, there have been quite a few new people who have joined in, so I want to share who we have here. We have Hilltop Artists down on the hot shop floor. This is a local nonprofit organization centered towards youth. It's a youth development arts nonprofit. And they are serving over 650 students currently, ages 12 through 26. And each year they have a residency here at the Museum of Glass. And the reason for that residency is preparation and creation of centerpieces for their annual luncheon, specifically the Better Futures Luncheon. And yeah, each year we create a ton of centerpieces which are then auctioned off to raise funds for the programs within this nonprofit. And they do have a variety of programs. I have these pamphlets to hand out if anyone's interested in learning more about these programs, such as, once again, we have after school clubs, we have summer programs. Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's free as well, so I just want to point out I'm an alumni of the program. I highly recommend it. And if anyone's interested, once again, I've been handing out these flyers on and off. So we currently have our screen focused over on the left bench. So we're working on two pieces at the same time. Technically, these are separate pieces, but they're all for, once again, the same purpose. They're all going to be centerpieces. And for those who haven't seen these yet, on the front table we have a bunch of these flowers. These were made using powdered colored glass and water mixed together and then thrown into a silicone mold, like maybe you would use for candy or a dessert, and then frozen just in the freezer. And then they pop the piece out of the mold and then put it into the kiln to fire, just enough for all that powder to stick together and form these flowers. So these flowers we're heating up and then bringing over and attaching to the side of our finished pieces, and there's sort of an accent You'll see it on all of the finished pieces that we already have on the front pedestals and on the front table right here. So as the MC, I actually have access to certain videos and photos kind of showing off different techniques. And I've been getting a lot of questions about color, so I'll play a video talking about how we got the color within the walls of this piece at the center bench specifically. This was through a color drop or a color overlay. So could I have that video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
And just to point out, it looks like we now have enough glass to actually start blowing this out, turning it into its final form. And yeah, for those who just joined in, you're seeing a large centerpiece, kind of like a vase being made at the center bench. This is for Hilltop Artists Better Futures Luncheon, which is coming up on October 7th. Hilltop Artists is the local youth nonprofit you're seeing on the floor today. Local to Tacoma, we have a hot shop in the back of a middle school and a high school here. So we've already seen a few important steps. We've started to blow this out. We have also started the jack line, which is a divot off the end of the pipe that we break the entire piece off of later on. It looks like we heated this up and stretched it out a little bit, just using gravity to shape it, hanging it down towards the floor. And we're now using this pad again. This pad is just folded up newspaper that has been soaked or splashed with water. And Sarah can use this to conform to the shape of her hand, which then the glass conforms to the shape of the pad. So this is as close as we can get to using our hands to shape the glass. If anyone's ever curious about anything, has any questions, feel free to grab my attention. Yeah, there we go. So the person who sits down is called the gaffer, and they're kind of like the team leader, and they kind of guide those around them. But the visiting artist is more of a group. It's a Hilltop Artists, so we don't have a singular one artist. So we're starting to work on the bottom of the piece a little bit more, blowing it out just a bit further, but also starting to flatten the bottom. And now we're using this torch. I always like to point out we use this torch to apply heat to one specific area of the glass. Sometimes this is to balance heat out. Sometimes it's to make one section just way hotter so it can work on just that one section without altering the rest of the piece. This does run around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And it's all running off of natural gas. Here, wait, it's going to be really hard for me to hear you. You might have to come down here to ask your question. So glass is really interesting. There, you can kind of boil it and burn it, but I don't think it can necessarily catch on fire. And glass has different metals, minerals, and oxides inside of it to get different colors. So different colors will boil or burn more than others. And when I say boil or burn, you'll end up with like these little air bubbles and these kind of gray and brown streaks within the glass. But other than that, it doesn't really change much else. And interestingly enough, it's not like metal where if you heat it up and cool it down and work with it over and over again, metal gets weaker. But glass, you could just work with it as many times as you need to, heat it up and cool it down as many times as you need to, as long as you're doing it slowly. Well, I've seen little videos of them making these color bar, and basically it's all dry mixture. Like it hasn't been melted. It's still just the raw materials, so sand, soda ash, limestone, and then these metals and minerals. And it's all in a big drum barrel that they shake, and then they just melt it down all at once, probably inside of a furnace, like a large crucible. And then they just gather up pieces on the end of probably a pipe and then roll it manually into bars. But honestly, I have not seen that part of the process. That could just be incorrect. Yeah, it's not quite glass. Yeah, it's still all of those raw materials right in the very beginning. Did you say expand? That's basically what glass blowing is. We're expanding the glass by kind of blowing inside of the bubble. It looks like we finished another piece over on the left bench. Whenever we finish a piece, we give them a round of applause. They're stamping the bottom, by the way. Each piece, they're trying to stamp the bottom with the Hilltop Artists logo for our auction. And just like that, that's our second piece of the day done. But yeah, the best way I can describe the glass blowing is we start with molten material on the end of our pipe, kind of the texture of honey. And this pipe is like a straw, so we just blow into one end and expand that glass like a balloon. Sorry, the torch is too loud for me to hear right now. Yeah, so that box, it sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and it is continuously used throughout the day. We just load our pieces inside of it when we're done. And then at the end of the day, when we're completely done, we press a button and everything slowly cools all at once. But it starts at a really high temperature, yeah. And then the slow cooling, that's called annealing, and the process is to prevent thermal shock. So up in the front, they're working on making some beads, like for jewelry maybe, but this is unrelated. They're not going to be added to the final pieces for our luncheon, but we just decided to kind of demonstrate what else we could do in the hot shop or with glass in general. And the process is relatively similar. We just have a table mounted torch and we heat up rods of color like this that we wrap around a metal rod called a mandrel. And that creates the whole of the bead, the mandrel. Yeah, it's really kind of fun. It's very detail oriented to have sharp vision, steady hands. The part that's attached to the pipe, or yes, so the glass that's attached to the pipe, that round shape, that is called the moil. And that's basically just what's holding the piece onto the pipe. So eventually it will be separated, which is actually what you're going to see right here. We're attaching a pipe to the bottom of the piece, and then pretty soon we'll just break the entire piece off, leaving the moil behind on the older pipe. And then what we do with that is we shock it with water till it just falls off of the pipe. So we've just transferred that piece to another pipe. The idea is to flip the orientation, so now we can start to open up the top. Open it up. So it's like a vase. Yeah, like all of these pieces here. This is incredible. This just came out, I think, of the annealer on the left. That's all the stuff they made yesterday. So it looks like they worked with yellow and orange yesterday. And it's actually still warm. If I touch it, it's like, I don't know, hot tub temperature maybe? Huh? Oh, no. That's where we've just attached the pipe for this piece. And it's just a temporary connection, so we break that pipe away, but it's attached in such a way that the bottom will stay untouched, essentially. So we're really just building up a lot of heat in the front of the piece, or what is now the front. It is going to be the neck and the opening. Yeah, so we're just continuing to flare this open using the jacks, which are the two metal blades. I know it's a little hard to see on the screen, but if you're in the front especially, you can see when we go on the inside, we're flaring it more so open. When we're on the outside, we're kind of compressing the walls back down and smoothing, straightening the shape out. And the color that you see on the screen is actually pretty accurate to the final color. I know the colors change drastically throughout the process, but again, the reason for this is the glass is so hot that it's radiating light as well as heat, so it's glowing like lava. And then as it cools down, it goes back to its true color. So again, Sarah's going on the outside of the piece with the jacks. We're pushing a wooden paddle against the opening to keep the opening straight and smooth as well. You'll see frequently we need to apply pressure from multiple sides of the piece at the same time, and this is why it's important to have at least 2 or 3 assistants usually. And remember, we still have yet to attach the flowers that we've fused and created. Those are sitting inside of this silver box, preheating up to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So when we're ready, we just kind of carry those flowers out on a small tray, still warm, and then apply them immediately to the side of the piece. And to attach this flower, we're heating up a small section of glass on the surface of the piece. So instead of heating up the flower itself, which could warp it, change its shape, lose details, we're heating up the surface of the piece until it's basically molten, just where we want to attach the flower. Then we keep the flower just barely warm enough and attach it to the side of the piece. And over on the right, again, we're seeing that coloring process. This is called a color drop or a color overlay. And basically, this process just creates a layer of color over top of that clear, and then eventually that will be within the walls of the piece. So we've just brought out that flour. This is being lightly heated up over at the left bench. And then will be brought over. Picked up with the preheated tweezers. We don't want any cold metal touching the hot glass. And then placed right onto the side of our piece. And this design is really pretty. We don't have any examples of it on the front table right now because they've used all of them up. But it's a cluster of 3 flowers that almost look like plumeria. Just really pretty. And I'll describe the process of making these real quick for those who just joined in and then anyone who hasn't heard this process yet already. These are freeze-infused flowers. So using a silicone mold and powdered colored glass and just water mixed together, they throw it into the silicone mold, freeze it, just in the freezer, and then they pop those flowers out and fire them in a kiln just until the glass basically sticks together so that we have these flowers. And there is still a little bit of a gritty texture to some of them. The colors can actually be a little bit softer or harder depending on the exact color, so they'll all turn out just a little bit different from each other. But this is what we've been attaching to the sides of our pieces in the hot shop today. Yeah, we pop the pieces out of the silicone molds and then we just throw them into the kiln. Yeah, it's like a probably something that's usually made for candy or desserts kind of silicone mold, but I don't think it could withstand the temperature of our kilns. And at the center bench, it looks like we're getting ready to break this piece off and put it away. So we're just keeping the piece evenly warm. We're heating it up every once in a while to keep it at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And we're also really applying heat to where the glass is connected to the pipe. And once that connection is warm enough, they'll use some tweezers to apply a little bit of water to that connection point, which will crack the connection and pop the piece off. So there we're applying our water. And all it should take is a tap of the pipe, and that has successfully been broken off. And the finishing touch is stamping the bottom with the Hilltop Artists logo. And now this piece is put away to slowly cool down overnight. Yeah, this box sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's not exactly a cold box, but it is going to be used to cool the glass very slowly. And again, this is continuous sort of demonstration. We usually go till about 1 p.m. And at 1 p.m., we will have someone coming down onto the floor and talking more in depth about the program and about these pieces. Each year, they choose a different theme, specifically then bring that theme into the pieces. Yeah, anyone's welcome to take a closer look at the bottom of the stairs, at the pieces or at the flowers. These are really interesting. Once again, we don't usually see these in the hot shop because they are kiln formed, so you don't really need a hot shop for them. But we've brought them in and we're using them on our pieces. And welcome into the Hot Shop to anyone who's recently joined us. I wanted to give a little recap, kind of tell you guys who's here, what we have going on, and then I'll just jump into explaining exactly the process that they're going through as they continue to make these pieces. So we have Hilltop Artists down on the Hot Shop floor today. This is the last day of their residency. They've been here for the whole week that we've been open. And they are a youth development arts nonprofit. In Tacoma, we have 2 hot shops, one in the back of a middle school, one in the back of a high school, and that allows kids 12 and up to blow glass. I started at 15 years old in an after-school club in this program. You could start in after-school clubs, you could start in summer programs, and if you are interested, take these pamphlets. Here. You guys don't have to share, don't worry. Yeah. There's information about upcoming events, and there's also information about the programs. It's completely free. All you have to do is sign up for it and attend. Like, continuously show up, show that you care, and then you will be in it for life. Now, as for what we're doing today, I've already talked about how we're, local. We're here, part of a nonprofit. They are serving over 650 students, ages 12 through 26 currently. But we come here yearly to the Museum of Glass for a residency, specifically to make our luncheon pieces. So each year we have an annual Better Futures luncheon. And it's always in October, by the way, so there's lots of pumpkins. I think that's a huge part of the theme. But we also make these centerpieces. These centerpieces, as centerpieces are on the center of each table during the luncheon. And the theme this year, we're using these fused flowers on the front table. These are interesting. Don't usually see stuff like this in the hot shop. It's basically a paste that is made from powdered colored glass and water, thrown into a silicone mold, frozen, popped out of the silicone mold, and then into a kiln it goes, where it's fired just enough for the powder to stick or to slightly melt. Now we're attaching these to the sides of each of our pieces, like you'll see with some of these finished pieces here on the front table. A lot of these orange and yellow ones were made just yesterday and only have now come out of the annealer, so it takes that long for them to properly cool. So we just finished another piece over on the left bench. This is going inside of the annealer. That box I pointed out just slowly cools the pieces overnight. It's sitting at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit right now. And then with the press of a button, it slowly cools down. It's programmed to go a certain amount over time. And again, we're seeing some flame working up in the front right here. I think this is really interesting and fun. Some people, they really like seeing the large scale. It's just very exciting. But this smaller scale is very detail oriented. It takes a certain person to be able to focus for this long and have these really steady hands and to see the detail for the piece. So usually when we bring a bubble over to the center bench, this means that we're ready to blow it out and turn it into its final shape. We're leaving the walls of these pieces pretty thick because these flowers, we have to heat up the surface of the piece and push them in. You could imagine that kind of altering the shape of the piece, really pushing it in. So we leave them thick. And we're just about to use the marver. Again, the marver, we use it to shape the glass, but we also, every once in a while, use the marver to cool the glass. So we're purposefully pulling heat out of a certain section of the piece, leaving it thicker and kind of harder to blow out in that direction, and therefore controlling the thickness throughout the entire piece. And next, to start shaping the piece, we use the jacks. The jacks are these two metal blades. We can use them, usually we use them to create these divots or lines in the glass, like a jack line. But in this case, we are kind of holding on to a section of the glass and stretching the remaining section that's connected to the pipe out a little bit. This is creating a neck for our piece. And welcome to everyone who has just joined in. We're working on another piece at the center bench right at this moment. We're just starting to blow this out and shape it up. This is a centerpiece for Hilltop Artists Better Future Luncheon, which is coming up on October 7th. We already have a ton of finished centerpieces on our front pedestals, kind of showing off the theme and the designs for these pieces. And specifically, we are using these fused flowers that you see on the front table right here. And I'm holding up an example, just in case you can't quite see it from where you're sitting. The table itself is covered in these. So using a silicone mold and powdered colored glass mixed with water, they fill up the silicone mold, freeze it, and then pop out the entire piece before fusing it in a kiln. And then when they fuse it, they heat it up just enough for the glass to barely stick or to kind of flow together, but not so much that it just melts into a puddle, right? And we're attaching these to the sides of our piece, kind of combining fusion glass and hotshop glass. So a little bit unusual, but really exciting to see multiple parts of the glass world coming together. In the front, we have a little bit of flame working going on as well. I love to point this out. So we're making a lot of beads over the course of this residency as well. It's much smaller scale glass art, so it takes a lot of eye for detail, and it takes really steady hands. And just to talk about the temperatures in here, in case some of you haven't been in a hot shop before, we have multiple ways of heating up the glass. We have this large fluffy torch sitting behind the bench. We keep this constantly lit, but it does get bigger with the push of the lever. And the open face furnace at each bench, these are glory holes. Both of those tools, they run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And we're using a smaller handheld torch, a map gas. We don't use these super frequently, probably running around the same temperature. We just wanted a really small flame. Most of our equipment runs off of natural gas, but we do have oxygen and propane set up for this smaller scale or this hotter flame. It is small, but it is really hot, up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So Sarah's controlling the way this is shaped and blown out. As somebody blows into the end of the pipe, she's using this pad. This pad is just folded up newspaper that has been soaked or splashed with water. This is as close as we'll get to using our hands to shape the glass. And an example of us using this torch, kind of trying to balance the heat out. So we're heating up the cold areas of the glass. And if you're curious about where the glass comes from in the very beginning, the tank with the closed door, this is our glass furnace, and it's filled with a crucible of molten glass sitting at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, and it has up to 1,000 pounds of that glass just sitting inside of there anytime. So we are seeing a variety of shapes, and I think a lot of these shapes may just be coming directly from the artist's minds. They did draw up some examples out of chalk on the floor, and maybe those were some goals, but yeah. I think the students also have some pretty good free reign. They've been continuously working on the left bench themselves, and they're getting to make whatever shape they like as well. Ooh, and at the center bench, we have just attached another pipe just to the center of the bottom of the piece. What we'll do is we'll kind of let this connection set up, and then eventually we'll break the piece completely off of the pipe that it was created on. And the goal behind doing this is just to flip the orientation of the piece so that we can start working on the neck more and flare it open, or however we want to finish the design. So this is a soda lime glass that we're using in the hot shop. Soda ash, limestone, silica sand. All glasses are based off of silica to begin with, and then other ingredients are added to either lower the melting point or make them tougher, like borosilicate, which those insects in the gallery, those are made out of borosilicate, by the way, and that means that they're a little bit stronger than they would be if they were soft glass. And each glass has its own limitations. Like this glass, you can't microwave it, you can't heat it up very quickly. Borosilicate, you can microwave it. It's Pyrex, it's a really nice, strong glass. But at the same time, you can't have any strong angles when it comes to borosilicate. Otherwise, there's stress and it will break. This one, you can just attach anything hot and it's fine. Yeah, I know, I'm rambling. I just really interested in the technicalities of glass, kind of the physics behind it. We use a lot of physics, whether it's known or not. Also, I wanted to mention again, since we're getting pretty close to that time, at about 1 p.m., we're going to have someone on the floor who's going to be talking more about the program itself, or the nonprofit itself, Hilltop Artists, and probably talking a little bit about this year's theme, because once again, each year we choose a specific theme, and it kind of has a story behind it. I'm not quite sure about this year's myself. Now we're sectioning a part of the neck off. This will eventually be broken off onto the floor. That's where all those scrap pieces on the ground have come from throughout the day. We just have a little bit of excess glass that we're removing from the piece. This area just tends to be really thick where it was connected to that previous pipe, so we always get rid of a little extra before we move on. Also, yeah, if anyone's curious, it looks like they are starting the next piece already over on the right bench. So you'll see the coloring process over there. If you haven't seen that already, you could kind of keep an eye out. But all of our color is starting off in this bar form like this that we get shipped in. And as I described earlier, it's same glass mixture. It just has different metals, minerals, and oxides to get the colors. They'll melt down a section of this, and then as you'll see, they drop that molten color on top of a clear bubble and spread it over top. And that creates a layer of color kind of within the walls of the piece. So all these pieces, if you look at the cross section, you would see just a thin layer of color, but it's really mostly just clear glass. So there Trent has his pipe upright. And then they melt that color down and once again just drop it right on top. And Sarah's continuing to slightly widen the opening, going on the inside of the neck with the jacks. It's 2 metal blades. And to accentuate the shoulders, she could squeeze those blades right at the base of the neck to create more of an angle. Sorry, it's a little hard for me to hear, but were you asking for a finished piece example? Yeah, yeah, that's what that big box on the right of the hot shop is for. So we've been, every time we finish a piece, just loading it inside of that box, and that's our annealer. So it sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit to begin with, and then it's programmed to very slowly cool. Yesterday, when they finished the pieces, they were only just able to bring them out maybe an hour ago. So that took from 5 p.m. yesterday to about 11:30. It's a pretty long cooling process, longer than 12 hours. And we are at the point again of preparing to attach one of those flowers. Once again, pointing out to anyone who's recently joined all these flowers on the front table right here. These are fused glass that we're going to be heating up and attaching to the sides of the piece. And each of these pieces, we've decided to just go with one flower. It's sort of an accent to the piece, like all these finished ones down on the table. Now we've just pulled out one of those flowers. We've heated up the neck enough to just pop it on there. And we won't be heating that flower very much any further. We don't want to melt those details away that we have. So we're just going to keep everything at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. I know that still sounds quite warm, but again, this is the point at which the glass is solid. So anywhere 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit and below, the glass is not really going to be moving. It's going to look cold. It's going to sound cold when you touch it with a tool. So we're getting really close to breaking this piece off and putting it away. You can see somebody suited up in these big Kevlar gloves. Same materials, firefighting suits. This will protect the artists as they handle the glass and carry it over to our annealer. So adding a little bit of water right to the end of the pipe. This is cracking that connection from thermal shock, enough that it should just pop off with the tap of a pipe. And that was a clean break. So we heat up the bottom, stamp it with the Hilltop Artists logo, and that piece is completely done. Yeah, they're whipping these out like crazy, aren't they? And they still have another one coming that they're going to bring over to the center bench and finish off eventually. And then we have continuously, again, the students themselves are working on some of the centerpieces over on the left bench. And for anyone that just saw that in the back, we did spray some water into the glass furnace. If anyone's curious, the reason we do this is to break any air bubbles that have risen to the surface of the glass. We just want to avoid getting those air bubbles in our piece. And again, when this piece is done, the upcoming piece, then we will have our artist talk. So each Sunday when we have a visiting artist anyways, that artist comes up and talks about their artwork and about themselves as an artist. In this case, it's a group of people, so we're going to have the director of the program talking about it. Oh, also, we have a really big free event coming up at the Museum of Glass. It's called Art Fest Northwest, and it's going to be taking place right outside the entrance of the museum, essentially. But there will be free entry into the museum and to the event itself. There will be a bunch of vendors that set up booths and show off their glass art, sell their glass art. There will be food trucks, there's music, and then, of course, there's demos here in the hot shop again. And Hilltop Artists is having a block party that's going to be happening on the 5th, so in 2 days. And that event is also free to attend. You just come through and kids can draw chalk on the ground and you can watch some glass demos there. And there will be a bunch of vendors selling their glass art. There will be a food truck. Yeah. Tons of fun stuff happening this summer. And welcome into the hot shop to everyone who's just joined in. I want to point out that I have closed captioning up on the screen. I know there's a lot of excitement in the crowd, and if there's ever a point where you can't hear me, hopefully that'll help out. But we have Hilltop Artists down on the hot shop floor. They are a youth development arts nonprofit based here in Tacoma. They've been going since 1994. And I actually personally started in the program when I was 15 years old in their after-school club. They have a variety of ways for youth to get involved in the program, or the nonprofit, I should say. And the programs include, once again, after-school clubs and summer programs, even during the day electives, because these hot shops are in the back of a middle school and high school here in Tacoma. So just really unique. I don't think this is very common across the world or across the U.S., but yeah, very lucky to be here. And they're currently serving over 650 students ages 12 through 26. And a lot of those students, or some of those students, are on the floor today. They're working over on the left bench on their own individual centerpieces, as well as assisting at the center bench. And all of these centerpieces are for the upcoming luncheon that Hilltop Artists has once a year in the fall. And we're making one more piece at the center bench. Eventually, we will have the director of Hilltop Artists come down on the floor and talk about the program and about this year's theme for these pieces. And I wanted to show these off again. I've been showing them off throughout the day today. I know there's a lot of new people who have joined in here and there, so you're welcome to come down and take a closer look at the table here, but I wanted to show off these fused flowers. These are made from powdered colored glass and water, put into a silicone mold like you would use for candy maybe, and then it is eventually popped out after it's frozen, and then fired in a kiln until that powder sticks together, or even just melts together a little bit, creating these flowers. So to start blowing this piece out, we're going to first cool the end of the bubble by rolling it on the marber. This is a large table with a slab of stainless steel on top. And the cooling of the bubble is going to prevent it from blowing out too much in that cold area or that direction, controlling the thickness throughout the piece. And after the correct amount of heat has been applied to the bubble, we start the jack line. This divot is the jack line, and that's going to eventually be our breaking point. Once we're ready, we'll just take the entire piece off from that line. And again, feel free to ask any questions that you guys might have just by raising your hand. That'll grab my attention and I can come over and answer those questions. I know a lot of you have been joining in at different times, so some of you may have some information, some of you may have other information, maybe not all of it. And again, these are the centerpieces that we've finished over the past 4 days of the residency. Hilltop Artists has been here since Wednesday. Yeah, we're always working with the glass in between about 1,000 and 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Once again, the glass is about solid at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And then at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, that's the temperature of our glass furnace. That's when we're first getting our glass on the end of our pipe. And it's completely molten to the texture of honey. And we're more so working with the glass when it's a taffy or putty texture. It's moving, but it's still going to hold its shape overall, which is important. We want to be able to work on some areas and let other areas stay the same. So it looks like this piece in particular is going to have a much more cylindrical shape. We always work on the bottom half of the piece first and then kind of flip the orientation and then work on the top half of the piece. And no worries if that doesn't quite make sense. You can't picture it because this will play out in front of you. But we're flattening the bottom of the piece as I speak. Just using a wooden paddle, that's why we're seeing some smoke coming up. That wood will burn away over time, but we use these to flatten the bottom of the piece. It's kind of an insulating material. So just like that, we've finished the lower half of our piece. So the way that we get the color in the overall blown piece itself is start with color bar. So this is a solid piece of colored glass through and through. We'll take sections of this and melt it down and actually kind of layer it within the walls of the piece. So we start from almost the beginning with a layer of color and then blow it out. But the colors themselves are different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into the glass. So some examples would be gold chloride creates a pink color, and copper oxide of some sort would create a blue color in the glass that's almost green. And the best comparison is, the Statue of Liberty is made out of copper, but it oxidized and it turned to that green color. So that's the best comparison. And pretty much no matter which type of glass you're working with, those colors are going to stay true. But we do have many different kinds of glass. We're using a soda lime glass, a soft glass in the hot shop. And this flame working glass is also a soft glass. But if we were to try to mix them together, they would crack and pop apart because they have different coefficients of expansion. They expand and contract differently. So just as I explained earlier, we've transferred the piece to a second pipe. So the idea is to kind of just flip the orientation of the piece. We've attached it to the bottom, broke it off of its original pipe, and you will see a lot of hand-blown pieces, whether you're going to like a second-hand store or you're antiquing, they'll usually have that mark left over on the bottom where this pipe right now is attached, which is kind of neat. This is something that can technically be cold worked off of the piece. Cold working is a process of kind of grinding, cutting, polishing the glass, working with it cold. So now we just start heating up the top half of the piece. Then we can go inside, we can flare open a little bit, we can just give it nice straight walls depending on exactly what they want for this piece. So we've already opened this piece up quite a bit. Just using the jacks on the inside of the piece so we can flare a piece open or kind of lift the walls up. The jacks are those two metal blades that we've been using on and off, by the way. So right now they're just trying to keep the piece overall warm. And pretty soon here they're going to be using this smaller handheld torch, which you see Luis just lit up. And this torch, by the way, it can get up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's why it's so bright and sharp. It's running off of propane and oxygen. That oxygen is fueling the fire and increasing the heat. But we use this to heat up just a small section on the side of the piece, so that way we can attach our flour without altering the overall shape of the piece. So we just want that really focused heat. So there, we've just brought our flour over. Again, this is preheated to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. We don't want to alter the shape of the flour, so we heat up only the piece and then keep the flour just warm enough. And just like that, we have added our kind of delicate little touch to the piece. These are, again, all centerpieces for the upcoming Hilltop Artists at Better Futures Luncheon. And feel free to take a closer look at any of these pieces if you like. You can come down to the bottom of the stairs and take photos of them. All of them just have that one accent of a single flower placed on the side. It looks like we are cutting at the end of the pipe, just weakening that connection a little bit before we actually pop it off. And just in case, we'll sometimes keep those gloves underneath while they're cutting, because pieces can spontaneously decide to come off the pipe. So we're always ready. And to break the piece off, we apply some water before tapping the pipe. And just like that, we have finished our centerpiece. The bottom is stamped with the Hilltop Artists logo, and this piece goes into the annealer to slowly cool overnight, so we won't see this piece again until at least midday tomorrow. And again, please stick around because we are going to have an artist talk. I'm going to be passing the microphone off.
Good afternoon, everybody. Please stay with us. We have a wonderful talk by Dr. Kim Keith, and Dr. Keith is coming out here. She is the head of the Hilltop Artists program, and it's such a thrill for us to host this annual residency with our partners, the Hilltop Artists. It's one of our favorite residencies, as you can see. All the excitement on the floor and making these wonderful centerpieces for the Hilltop Artists Luncheon, October 7th. And I'm just going to say that both of our organizations, Kim, were founded by world-renowned artist Dale Chihuly, and we thank the Chihulis greatly for their vision and generosity. We have been sister organizations forever and ever, especially since you became the ED at Hilltop. And Kim and I can call you Kim because I've known you for so long. Kim and I have known each other for about 25 years, and we've worked at 2 other museums together, the Seattle Children's Museum, and then you were here for the founding years of the beginning of our organization. And I just want everybody to know that Kim is a force for good. She has a passion and a tenacity for youth success, and also you have made great contributions in other aspects in the community. So we are always honored to have you here on the floor, and I'm turning the mic over to you now. Thank you, Kim.
Thank you, Susan. And I know that we aren't any older, but it's over 30 years, Susan. It's 2025 now, just so you know. That's 25. It's actually 35 years. I think it was 1995 we started working together. So incredible. Thank you all for being here today. Thank you for that wonderful introduction, Susan. Some of you that have seen me speak before, you know I'm usually extemporaneous about this, but today I have a little bit of a script. And so hang in there with me as I consult my paperwork. So thank you very much. Welcome here to the Museum of Glass for our first inaugural Hilltop Artists Awards. This is a new tradition for us, and we're gathering to celebrate partnership and the generosity of our community and the impact mentorship and creativity have on young people's lives. You've already heard, my name is Kimberly Keith. I'm the Executive Director of Hilltop Artists. I've been with Hilltop for 8.5 years now. We're especially honored to be here at the Museum of Glass. As Susan said, this is our longtime partner organization. We do tons of stuff together, and this is one of the biggest things that we do is our week-long residency here in the summer. We also do third Thursdays here at the museum. So if you're ever in Tacoma on third Thursdays from 5 to 8 p.m., please stop in. You can see our students here demonstrating. And then, of course, this week, we are here making our centerpieces for our Better Futures Luncheon, which is coming up on October 7th. This residency is one of the most challenging, creative, and fun opportunities our students have all year. And so I appreciate them. And why don't we just give them a little round of applause right now? We'll give them a bigger one later. But thank you, students. This is just one aspect of our organization, though, our students and our public experiences. And before we dive into the gratitude and the awards section, I'm just going to do a little overview of Hilltop Artists, because maybe, I hope, some of you are brand new to us today. I'm going to assume this is the clicker for the slides. That makes sense. So I'm going to start at the beginning. Our story started in 1994 here in Tacoma, where a group of advocates and educators got together, and with the help of the gallerist Kathy Kaparik and the artist Dale Chihuly, started a program called Hilltop Artists in Residence. And so in the beginning, there were 20 kids, and then 3 of Dale's famous artist friends, Italo Skanga, Algernon Miller, and Charlie Perriott, who came and did their work with our students, our young people, as assistants. And so if you can imagine, 1994, 31 years ago, 20 students and adult artists working. Flash forward to 2025, and we have the artists that you saw here earlier making their own art. We started with Snapple bottles, reheating them, and then adding decals and paint. And then I think a year later, perhaps, a furnace was added. And at the time, there was a classroom attached to what was becoming a professional hot shop. And so students, and most of our students were at a loose end, so to speak. And if you were here in Tacoma in the 90s, as I was, we had issues with gangs and with meth and things going on in our community. So we needed places for kids to go, to be kids and to be creative. And so if you were there, you needed to be doing something to get yourself to a better future. And so that was getting GED credits and attainment. So there was a classroom, and that was the deal. It was no class, no glass. And that was a phrase coined by our own Greg Piercy over here, who we're going to be learning a little bit more about, who's in that picture. And so that's how Hilltop Artists started. It was working with young people that needed to get GED credits and that were struggling a bit, and then they could learn to do this incredible thing. Now we have multiple programs. We have daytime electives, we have after-school programming, we have summer programming, we have Arts Connect, a program with adjudicated young women, and it's about glass arts, but it's also about working with young people. It's very much, we are a youth development organization that uses a glass as a means of engaging young people to do the work. And we do flame working, we do fused glass, we do hot glass. And one piece of our secret sauce is that 9 of our 10 instructors are graduates of our program. They are alums. And so they knew what it felt like to be mentored. And now they are fantastic mentors. These are some of the students that you've been seeing on the floor today at our different programs. I should probably back up a second and say that we start with 12 years old. 12 years old is the youngest you can be in our program. And then we work with alumni up to 26. That is for print purposes. We work with them forever. We do. Well, you don't turn 26 and we say, get out of Hilltop Artists. No, we keep them forever. And it is the very, very special sauce. As I mentioned, Arts Connect is a program where we work with court-involved young women. As Susan said earlier, I started here at the Museum of Glass the year before the museum opened, 2001. I started the Raymond Hall Women's Project, which was later taken to Hilltop Artists and renamed Arts Connect. So 8 years ago when I applied for my job, I came in and I was like, hey, I'm here to get my job back. Thank you very much. Because I created that program, and it's one that's near and dear to my heart still. And that's Sasha, who is our Arts Connect manager, but now she is our outreach director. Pretty exciting. Some of the other things that we do, yes, clap for Sasha. One thing that I think is particularly exciting is Biot, France is our sister city because it is considered the glass city of France. And so Antoine Pierini came here years ago, and one of the sister city folks started talking to Kate Ward, who was Lisa Monet's sister, and they were talking, wouldn't it be great if we did an exchange? And so the guy in the pink shirt up there, that's actually the mayor of Biot. He's still the mayor of Biot, and he was in Tacoma last month, and I got to meet him. But what sprang out of that conversation 13 years ago was the Biot Ambassadors Program. And so each year we send at least one student, if not two students, to Biot to work with Antoine for 2 to 3 weeks. Our students this year, I think they're getting back today. Victor and Kale have been over there for a couple weeks. And this picture is from last year. This was Ethan and Regan. And it's a really great opportunity. We fundraise for that, and so the students don't have to pay. We help them get a passport if they need it, and they get to have this opportunity of traveling internationally, working with different glassmakers over in France, and staying with Antoine and his family. It's pretty awesome. Our residency is also one of the highlights of our year. Our students talk a lot about how working with Gabe and Ben and Sarah and the team here at the Museum of Glass really ups their game, teaches them a lot of new skills, and it's one of their the highlights of their year. And so we really do appreciate the team here and the Museum of Glass for letting us do this every summer. The young man that's sitting at the bench in that picture, that is Victor. He is one of our Biot ambassadors right now. And so he has been in France for the last couple of weeks. That's why he's not here today. Another nifty factoid about Victor is that he is a second-generation Hilltop artist. His mom and his aunt were in the program in the 90s, and we are very happy to have Victor here today. We send students to Expanding Horizons in upstate New York at the Corning Museum. Students get to choose an instructor that they like to work with, and the instructor and the student get to go to Corning for a week and explore their museums, work in their hot shops, do lots of things. Once again, this is an opportunity that doesn't cost our students anything. And I'll also say, because I didn't say it earlier, that all of the students in our program get to access our program for free. There's no tuition charges. Everybody gets to learn and stay in the program as long as they like. And that is a very, very incredible thing. We are a nonprofit organization that works in partnership with the school district. And that's one of the amazing things about us. Each year we take about 30 students to Pilchuck Glass School up in Stanwood for 3 days. Pilchuck was also co-founded by Dale Chihuly. It is a world-famous glass school, and professional and emerging artists go there for classes each year. And it is really special for our students to get to go up there at the end of their season of workshops. The instructors that come from all over the world, they stay there for an extra week so that they can teach our students. And that's Sam Drumgoole in that picture. And that was last year's residency. You probably saw Karina down on the floor making some glass today. And that's her in the cold shop up at Pilchuck. And the cold shop is like after the glass comes out of the annealer and you want to do something to the surface of the glass or the bottom of the glass, you work in the cold shop using grinders and different tools. And I love this picture. That's why I included it. So focused. And there's Grandma. Where'd you go, Grandma? I just saw you. There you are. Working with Kim Thomas in the flame shop up at Pilchuck. And so it's really transformative. And we also offer 2 scholarships in the summer for students or staff or volunteers to go to Pilchuck, and so we have a very close relationship with them as well. Students made neon trees and put up a little show called Glow Together, Grow Together with that. This was, I think, 2 years ago at Pilchuck. Class taught by our own Jacob Wilcox, alumni of our program and instructor extraordinaire. And Jacob is actually helping us right now to incorporate neon into our ongoing program. So he's helping to pick out the tools and the equipment and everything that we will need to teach neon. And so super exciting. In 2020, we were Washington's Organization of the Year. I'll say that we got that in February, and then the world shut down in March, and we didn't have anything to do with that. Okay? That was not about us. But it was a very interesting year to get this incredible accolade because, of course, we were all shut in, but still, we were the best, and this is us being goofy at the governor's mansion. This is, I don't know why that box is still in there. I did a bad job on that slide, but this is a photo of Better Together, which is a collective of African American artists from around the country. And this is photos at Pilchuck. They have had Hilltop Artists assistants and students up there for the last, I think, 3 years. And that's been a really incredible program. Hilltop Artists is about working with diverse young people in our diverse community of Hilltop and beyond in Tacoma. And as you can all probably imagine, the origins of the studio glass movement coming from Murano, which it was like a secret society that were making glass, and mostly male and mostly white people. And so diversifying the field and diversifying who can access this art is really a central part of what we do at Hilltop Artists. And this is like another example of some really good diverse programming happening with us in Pilchuck and Museum of Glass, because Better Together's been here. That's Cedric Mitchell from Better Together working with our students. Better Together is part of Crafting the Future, and Crafting the Future provides scholarships for kids to go to different craft schools across the country. This is some of our students that got to go to the Appalachian Center for Craft, and they actually got to learn other crafts. Some of them did metalworking, some did woodworking. Some got to meet a snake, and I was very proud to see Haley in this picture. I would touch a snake, but I know lots of people that wouldn't. That is Corey Pemberton. He is the founder-director of Crafting the Future and Better Together. And last fall, he kicked off a new program here at our hotshop called Homeschool, where he was in residence with us for 2 weeks and taught the students how to make different types of tableware. And then they had a big dinner together, and they put like 6 tables together, and everybody made their own utensils and plates and bowls and had a wonderful meal, and Luis barbecued, and it was just a really fantastic residency. You might not be able to actually recognize, but Corey is working on an Encalmo bowl there. This bowl is huge, and it is beautiful. And we did make the decision recently to put that in our auction at our luncheon this year. And so if you can come to the luncheon, you can bid on it. But even if you don't come to the luncheon, you can bid on it online if you're interested in purchasing that bowl. You might have to compete against me, but it goes that way. We have annual glass sales at Hilltop Artists, the first Saturday in December and the first Saturday in May. And our students do demonstrations while we have the sales. You can purchase jewelry that our flame working students have made the beads for. You can purchase hot glass sculpture. And then you can also watch a demo. Now, We also do public programming occasionally. One public program is coming up this Tuesday. It's called Arts Night Out. It's going to be from 4 to 7 at our studio at Hilltop Heritage Middle School. There's going to be food trucks. There's going to be a DJ. There's going to be T-shirt making. There's going to be lots of fun things. And everybody's invited, and it's all free. And so if you're around, come join us on Tuesday afternoon. And if you miss that, then we're going to have Open Studio Day, I believe, on October 11th. Once again, open to the public. And then we're going to have Refract Day in October 19th. So check our website and our events page for some of the stuff that we're doing where we're open to the public. And you can come see our students make things again. This is an early photo of Dale Chihuly with some of our students who went on to be quite famous because they either worked for us or they were on Blown Away. And so all the way on the left, Trenton Kiocho, he was in season 3 of Blown Away. If you don't know Blown Away, it's a reality glassblowing show on Netflix. Jason McDonald, who's 3 in from the right, was on season 2 of Blown Away. And then Edgar Valentine's not in the photo, but he was in season 1. And so I just point that out, not just to share how proud I am of those 3 young people, but asking you to think of all the thousands of glass blowers across the world who applied to be on that show, because it was literally thousands. And for 3 of them to have been from our humble Hilltop Artists program here in Tacoma and all be people of color that were on that show, that is significant. And so that's the other reason why I'm bigging them up in this picture. And then we also have in the tank top in the front towards the left, that's Miss Sam. And I think she's in this room right now. She is one of our daytime teachers and the hotshop manager at Hilltop Heritage. Next to Miss Sam in the green t-shirt, that is Jessica Hogan. And Jessica Hogan is our program director. And I don't want to out her too much, but she did have a 20th work anniversary recently. Yes. So, yeah, we make them and then we keep them. We just keep them all. We have a program called In Residence where we invite guest artists to come and work with our students. This photo has in the center, that's Eriko Kobayashi, who was just with us in May. And we had a wonderful residency with her. This is Jason Christian, and he is actually making one of those incredible dragons in that picture at our hot shop. And that's what he's known for, one of the things he's known for, and Reticello umbrellas. And then Jenny and Sabrina are in that picture with us there. And so many people in this room right now. Give yourselves a hand. Yeah. And Rich Royal was just with us in January and had a blast with our students. And so hopefully he will come back again and make some of that enormous work. So that is my spiel about Hilltop Artists and who we are. And then the next thing is to go into talking about the Better Futures luncheon. Now, I am going to give Katie the clicker because, like I said earlier, part of this is scripted and I'm going to need to read something. And so I'm getting to this. Okay, I think I mentioned some of our upcoming events, but I will mention them again. Arts Night Out coming up this Tuesday. Our residency at Pilchuck is going to be September 18th to the 20th. The Better Futures Luncheon is October 7th. Please go on the website, order your tickets today. Our Open Studio Tour will be October 11th. The Refract demo is going to be here at the Museum of Glass, I believe, on October 19th. And then we're going to be naming the G-Man Furnace for Greg Owen in November. Well, we don't know the date yet, but you'll all be invited to that. And then the winter glass sale will be on December 6th. And so we invite you to join us at any and all of those activities because I know you probably don't have enough glass pumpkins, right? And so you can come get some more. I swear I don't know what people do with those things. And I say that knowing that I have 9. And they're great because you can use them for Halloween, you can use them for Thanksgiving, for the Rich Harvest Fall Festival. And so, yes, you can't have too many pumpkins. Another thing about Hilltop Artists is nothing happens in isolation for us. Everything that we do is powered by relationships. And today we're recognizing those partners and volunteers and Hilltop family members that make it happen. First, I would like to thank our incredible volunteers, those past and present volunteers that have made everything happen. Thank you for showing up with your hands and your hearts to really support our students in our programs. I want to thank the luncheon table captains and our board of trustees. Thank you for opening your networks and extending the reach of our mission out into the community through your connections. Thank you. We have partners in education. I had mentioned earlier that we operate in partnership with the Tacoma Public Schools. So I'd like to thank Superintendent Josh Garcia, CTE and Innovative Schools Director Adam Kulas, and our school partners. So at Hilltop Heritage, we have Mr. Jason Maurer. At Silas High School, we have Miss Kathy Chase. And then we have Principal Bernadette Ray at Silas and Principal Dave Kellogg, who is just starting right now at Hilltop Heritage. We also want to extend thanks to Tacoma Creates, which is a cultural access tax here in Tacoma that helps to support our organization. Little FYI about Tacoma Creates, when it passed in 2018 and it had its first year of funders, there were 48 funded organizations. This last year, there were 80. So that means that small community groups are getting together and forming partnerships. And there's a lot more art going on in our community. Now, I love all of you students and staff, especially those over there that are near the water. And if one of you could bring me a drink, I would appreciate it. My throat's getting a little parched. Yeah, I was pointing at you, Luis. That's you, the one I love. Okay, we've already mentioned that Pilchuck Glass School and the Museum of Glass and Crafting the Future are our good organizational friends. I'll just say their names again and give them a thank you. I want to give a shout out to the Puget Sound Taxpayer Accountability Account and the Puyallup Tribe of Indians because they both provide support to let us expand our access for young people. That Puget Sound Taxpayer Account, we got $175,000 from them last year. That's incredible. What that is funding, thank you. Yes, we can give them a round of applause. Thank you. Yeah, now it's kind of an emergency that I need that. Thank you very much. So that funding went to purchase new equipment for Hilltop Artists. And so when you come for a visit and see our studio, you can see our new Wazer and our oxygenator. And you can see that all of our outlets work. And we have a new fuse panel and just so many incredible things that we had the fortune of doing this year. And then the Puyallup Tribe has supported our Arts Connect program in our after-school program. I went too long without the water, so bear with me. We want to thank our business partners and event partners, Site Crafting, Virginia Mason, Franciscan Health, Commencement Bank, Multicare, and TCC, Tacoma Community College. We want to thank our collaborators, Tacoma Public Libraries, Communities for a Healthy Bay, and Pierce County Juvenile Court. Thank you for lifting up our young people. We want to thank the early advocates and supporters Without your foundational support, we wouldn't be here today. There are some people that started volunteering with us in '94 and that are still here. Thank you, thank you. We want to thank our transformative donors. You really underpin the work that we do and allow us to actually get paid for this work, which is incredible. You know, I was saying earlier that mine isn't the perfect job, but it's the perfect job for me. And I can hardly believe that I get paid to do this. I can hardly believe that my throat is like so scratchy right now that I'm crying. I'm literally, tears are coming out of my eyes. Okay. Now I want to take a moment to thank 3 of our trustees who are completing their board service terms. Sid Bersanti, I saw you in here. Doug Page, who couldn't be with us today, and Forrest Greek, who couldn't be with us today. So for more than 8 years, Sid Bersanti has led Hilltop Artists Board with vision, care, and steady guidance. A retired healthcare executive and registered nurse, Sid brought decades of leadership and experience from CHI Franciscan Health to strengthen our board, to champion our staff and well-being, and guide policy development. Her dedication has helped ensure Hilltop Artists remain strong, supported, and ready for the future. We're going to give you a Hilltop block, and we're going to give you an opportunity to say a few words if you'd like. If not, that's fine. We're thanking Sid. You're welcome. You're very welcome. Oh, I got paper in my hand. I got glasses on. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sid. And Sid is leaving our board in the capable hands of Carol Wolf, who is right here. So we have our incoming president, and we're gonna be fine. Doug Page currently works at Greater Tacoma Community Foundation, and he's shown up giving us guidance and experience since 2015, and we really appreciate his help with our fundraising and his advice over the years. Forrest Greek has supported our educational work. He works for the school district, and he has been incredible. And I think he's been on the board since, I want to say, 2016. And so these are long-term members. We couldn't do this work without our trustees. The trustees that were on the board during COVID, I made an executive decision that they couldn't leave the board until after the pandemic. So we had folks that stayed a little bit longer than their term limits, and I really appreciate that. It's awesome. Okay. I don't know what's happening, Katie. Okay, so now we're getting to the part of the program that I know everybody has come to hear about. The Greg Awards. The Greg Awards honor 2 beloved educators whose legacies continue to shape Hilltop Artists today. These awards recognize individuals in our community who embody the compassion, creativity, and mentorship of Greg Piercy and Greg Owen. Typically, we've honored 2 special individuals during the Better Futures Luncheon with these awards, but this year we're changing it up, and we're going to continue to have a special event for these awards and for our volunteers from today and into the future. And so thank you very much. First up, we're going to have the Greg Piercy Award. The Piercy Award honors mentorship, kindness, and the quiet power of showing up for young people, just as Greg did and continues to do. This award, established in 2014, is named for longtime teacher and mentor Greg Piercy, who retired in 2021. Yep. Give it up. He retired in 2021 after more than 26 years of service and support to over 6,000 students. This award honors Greg's lasting legacy and is presented to an outstanding staff member, alum, or volunteer who demonstrates exceptional dedication to Hilltop Artists. It includes the Greg Piercy Scholarship, which supports educational and training expenses for the recipient. We're proud to recognize teaching artist and production manager and water bringer, Luis Sanchez. Right on, right on. Luis is a mentor, a role model, and a foundational presence for so many of our students. Thank you for your steadfast care, your patience, and your belief in the next generation. I'm going to ask Greg Piercy to say a few words, but before I do, I want you to notice the special Wu-Tang lettering right there, just for you. Okay, Mr. Greg.
This is great, Luis. Congratulations. He's been with the program quite a long time now. How many years? 14 years? 14 years. And with a lot of other students, too, that had started with the program, he's another one that has now basically run in Hilltop. And so congratulations again on the award, and keep up the great work, buddy. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes. Luis is one of our commission managers, and then he also is one of our team production instructors. And he's one of the best flame workers I've ever seen. He's incredible. So now we have the other of the Greg Awards. We have the Greg Owen Award, which was established in 2021. And it commemorates the life and spirit of Greg Owen, who was a cherished MC here at the Museum of Glass. He was a teacher, and he was a team member who was known for his warmth, empathy, and encouragement of other people. Many of you might remember Greg as the MC of our luncheon, or from his work at the Hotshop Heroes program here at the Museum of Glass. This award can be given to any member of the Hilltop Artists family and includes a scholarship that reflects Greg's belief in balance and enrichment. It can be used to explore a passion, travel, or try something new. We're especially grateful to have members of the Piercy and Owen families here with us today. Your legacies grow daily through our work and in every student that finds their spark with us. Please join me here on the hot shop floor for a presentation. Well, we're not going to do that. I'm just going to do the presentation today because I thought it would be a hassle. But thank you, Owen family, for being here. This Greg Owen Award honors vision, leadership, and lasting impact on our organization and its future. We're honored to present it to volunteer artist and veteran Donna Williamson. Donna has brought fierce... Yeah, there we go. Uh-huh. All right. Donna has brought fierce dedication and a deep love for community to every role she's held. Her commitment to youth, her service to others, and her artistry have supported our programs and uplifted our students. We're honored to recognize you today. I will also say that she was a beloved member of the Hot Shop Heroes program here at the Museum of Glass, and that we have a beautiful medallion from Greg Owen that is on the Greg Owen Award. So thank you for being with us and being who you are, and would you like to share a few words?
I do. Just real quickly, I didn't know who Greg Owens was, because Unfortunately, he passed. Oh, unfortunately, he passed away before I ever started the program. But I know the one thing I did notice is I tried to figure out who this person was I was getting an award for, and everybody did a pause, just a thoughtful, heartfelt pause before they talked about who Greg was, you know. And we've all felt that pause in our life, you know. And the one thing that this program gave me, like she said, I started with Hotshop Heroes. I was standing in front of that furnace, terrified of the world and everything around me. And now I see these kids in this program, and everything seems like it's out of control, you know, and hope feels like it's sort of something you tuck away for a rainy day. And truly, I really feel that connection here, and I hope I'll get to continue just being that fly on the wall that nobody really knows who I am, and I pop in and I pop out, and I'm not from France. For you guys, some of the kids, I was from France. I'm from Lakewood, and this is a huge honor, and Hotshop Heroes brought me here, and Hilltop brought me back. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Awesome. Donna has done a little bit of everything. She's helped with glass. She helped make some murals at Arts Night Out, and she comes in and assists the teachers sometimes. And so she's just a really great, very useful, very talented member of our Hilltop family. And so we're really glad to give her the Greg Owen Award. Next, we'd like to offer a moment of special recognition to Rob Ross. He's a longtime volunteer whose quiet generosity has meant so much to our staff and our students. Rob's wife, Jill, also a beloved volunteer, passed away this year. Her spirit and care continue to echo throughout our studios. Rob, we're so grateful for your continued presence and everything you've given to this community. We are always here for you, and thank you. Thank you for being the great person that you are. Would you like to say a few words while you don't think you can? Okay. Thank you. Rob would love to say a few words, but he doesn't feel that he can, and we appreciate that. I just want to say, when I started here 8 years ago and we were doing our gallery sales and our sales, Jill and Rob were always here, and at the luncheon, always here, and they gave everybody a smile and helped them buy their pumpkins and other things. Or Rob's favorite, the snow people and the winter things. But yes, they were always a smiling, supportive presence. And Jill also was helpful behind the scenes, helping us to review our employee handbook and to help us with different HR aspects of our business. And we had recognized Sid Bersanti earlier as our outgoing chair. And Jill, I believe, was brought to us through a connection with Sid because they work together. And so once again, the Hilltop community is really connected, and it's a very small world sometimes. Next, we're going to have a supporter spotlight on the Chihuly family, as well as the Chihuly Studio, Chihuly Garden and Glass, and the Dale and Leslie Chihuly Foundation. We are proud to shine a light on the Chihuly extended universe. The studio where all of that incredible artwork comes from, the Garden and Glass wonderful display up in Seattle, and then the foundation that supports us. The Chihuly Foundation is one of our biggest supporters and has been from the beginning of time. Now the foundation supports us, which helps with our general operating. But as I was telling Eric recently, the annealer at Silas had been the original annealer that Dale donated in 1994. And it had been refurbished and cobbled together for, 30 years. And we finally, with the funding from the PSTAA account, bought a new annealer over at Silas this year. But we're hanging on to the old one. And I have a vision for that to be a display case and an archival piece for our next expansion, TBD. But their funding and their vision and their decades of support have helped us bring art and opportunity into the hands of generations of young artists. I want to thank Dale and Leslie for their belief in our students and for inspiring our artists. And I want to thank Eric Aguino for being here today to accept this award on behalf of Chihuly Everything. Eric is Chihuly and manages just about everything. And he has been a very good friend of Hilltop Artists since before my time. And so, would you like to say a few words?
Dr. Kim has said almost everything there is to be said about the program. I want to thank everybody for staying after the demo and watching the students to hear about the program. It's with extreme honor and gratitude on behalf of Dale and Leslie, Chihuly Studio, Dale and Leslie, Chihuly Family Foundation to accept this. I can't wait to show it to them later this week or as soon as I can see them. It's a little emotional watching this, and I encourage everybody here, if you haven't already gone, even if you have, to come again to the luncheon in October, because that is even more emotional when you get to hear from the students. You get to see the volume of the crowd that now makes up that room. I feel like the first luncheon was 10, 12, 15 tables. It's now 50 tables, 500 people attending. I can tell you from personal experience, pumpkins make great gifts to your host and hostess at different events that you go to. Education was always paramount to Viola, Dale's mother. It's through continued education that Dale grew as an individual and an artist. He grew up just a few miles from here, North 33rd and Mason, for those of you that know the area. So it was really no surprise that when his friend Kathy Kaparik had approached him about the possibility of helping the youth in his community, Dale went in with open arms and brought in some friends, as Dr. Kim had said, to make that all a reality. Continued education, supporting the arts is paramount to what Dale and Leslie and the studio stand for. It's really quite humbling to watch the kids out here on the floor, and it's amazing to remember that as young as 12, they're allowed to play with 2,000-degree glass. I think it's important to acknowledge the work that Dr. Kim and the team at Hilltop do. It is quintessential proof the power of arts and community support for our youth and the difference that it can make. Dale and Leslie send their love, their gratitude, their thanks, and we all wish you the best in continued growth. I look forward to seeing some familiar faces in October at the luncheon, and we're so proud of what you have done. And when I mentioned the quintessential proof, I think it's also evident in the fact of the number of alumni that you have that come back to participate and continue passing that on. So thank you to all of you. Greg, you were there at the beginning. You remember saving our Snapple bottles and sending them over for the kids. And who could have thought, 3 decades later, you would now be supporting 700 students on an annual basis, tuition-free, 2 hot shops within the school district, and it is just absolutely amazing. So thank you for this. And we love you all, and we can't wait to see more.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And Eric has been there since the beginning. He's seen it evolving as well, and so thank you very much. So Today is kicking off the Better Futures season celebration party. We're going to be partying till October 7th. So we have a couple of announcements. We're just going to let you know that our keynote speaker is going to be Manny Kowalling. He's the executive director of Inspire WA. And Katie and I have been doing quite a bit of advocacy with Manny down in Olympia and with a lot of our electeds. And he has a lot of really great things to share about why the arts and culture are so important to our community and how we can all get involved in sustaining them. And so it'll be really great to hear from him. We're also going to spotlight two of our students, Corey, who I think is here today, and Priscilla. They're going to be telling their stories. And then it is like our biggest, most visible fundraiser of the year. We hope to raise $185,000 at that event. And so any and all of you that would like to join us and help to contribute to the success of that event, that would be appreciated. And once again, I'd like to thank our table captains and our sponsors for their support. And I'd like to thank everybody that attends the luncheon as well. Luncheon. I don't know what else we have. Oh, the other thing I would say is that these centerpieces that our students are making are the ones that are going to be at the luncheon. They'll be for sale at the luncheon and then also online the week before the luncheon. I think the auction will go live online if you'd like to purchase any of those. And before I close here, I'd just like to say before our kids return to the hot shop, and yeah, I said kids, because even the staff, you're kids too. You're younger than me. But I want to recognize you for all that you do for Hilltop Artists, your contributions, your incredible creativity and skill, your tenacity. You keep showing up day after day, learning new things, coming here and showing that off at the Museum of Glass. And you are incredible. You're really incredible. And you help me to do my job well. My office is in the corner of the hot shop, as you know, so I can look out and I can watch you making art, and I can come have a conversation with you, and that inspires me to write those grants and to take those meetings with politicians and to keep this organization going. It's all about you guys, and I know that it might not seem like we thank you a lot, but it's always in our heart, whether we come out to the hot shop floor or not. And so, thank you. Thank you, Ethan, Julian, Landon, Katie, Oliver, and Karina. That's all the use up there. Thank you. Okay, right on. And I want to thank the staff that are here. We have quite a few alumni staff in the room right now. We got Maishan, we got Zane, we got Doug, we got Miss Sam, we got Jess somewhere, we got Kenzie, who actually works here at the Museum of Glass as the MC. We got Sasha and Rose and Louise and Katie. I get to work with some of the most incredible... Oh, Donna! Donna is our finance manager. And I've had the pleasure of knowing Donna since I was 17. And so if you think I can get away with anything at work, you're wrong. Doesn't matter whether I'm the executive director or not. But as I was saying, it is my pleasure to work with one of the most incredible staff teams anywhere. It's a team of unicorns. Everybody is like so incredible with what they do, so professional, so on task, so focused. It's really incredible. And as we said about Mr. Gregg, he worked there for 26 years. Jess had a 20th work anniversary. We have people that have had 12th, 15th work anniversaries. I've been there for 8 years. It's one of those places that you come to. Donna is actually really going to retire this year. She's faked me out the last 4 years, but this year she's really going to retire. Next year, well, this fiscal year, you're going to retire after 18 years with us. And so that longevity tells a story about what a wonderful place Hilltop Artist is. And I just want to say thank you again to everybody that's part of the Hilltop family, and thanks everyone for being here today. Right on. Yeah, you guys can come back and have the floor again. You're going to do some more work. I'll end with a little, I'll have many endings, but a little factoid. So I started here at the Museum of Glass in 2001. Been working with Hilltop Artists for 8 years. I took my first glass blowing class last September. I finally learned it. I can tell you the name of all these tools and how all this stuff works and what's what, but that was the first time I'd actually been in front of the furnace trying to gather, and I realized I didn't know anything. I did not know anything. I was the most remedial of the remedial beginner students. It was a humbling experience, and I have come back more appreciative and more understanding and more committed to my work than before I went there. So I'm not, I can admit that I was bad. In a week, I made one cup that actually can hold water, and I made one float that has color in it. Everything else is kind of like, wah, wah. But I've been told I could get lessons somewhere. And it wasn't despite, Jacob was one of my teachers, and he was a great teacher. I just was like a random student. Okay, thank you. The students are going to come back and make some more wonderful things. No, I really could stop and start and stop and start and stop and start. Thank you for doing it.
All right. Ooh, wow. Welcome into the hot shop, everyone. My mic volume was way up for just a moment. Sorry about that. We are Hilltop Artists down on the hot shop floor today. We've been the visiting artists for this whole week. It's a local youth development arts nonprofit here in Tacoma. And in Tacoma, a couple of the public schools, a middle school and a high school, there are hot shops, one in each. And that allows kids 12 and up to blow glass. This various programming serves currently over 650 students ages 12 through 26. And a lot of the people you'll see on the hot shop floor today are alumni or current students of the program. And I personally started in the program when I was about 15 years old in an after-school club. That's one of the specific programs they have, as well as summer programs and during the day electives. And I do have some information on the programming as well as some upcoming events for Hilltop Artists. If anyone's interested, feel free to let me know and I'll give you one of these handouts. And it's completely free for the students who partake in it, by the way. It's just such a good opportunity. Now today is the last day of the residency. We're trying to finish off as many centerpieces as we can for the upcoming Better Futures Luncheon that Hilltop Artists hosts each year in the fall. It's coming up on October 7th, by the way. But we have a ton of pieces that we've made over the last 4 days. They're out on display just so you guys can get a taste of what you'll see made in the hot shop. And something specifically important about these pieces are these flowers, like you see right here. So this is a fused glass. The way that it started is by using a silicone mold, probably something you would use for like a candy or dessert of some kind. And they fill it with colored powdered glass and water. And then they freeze it just in the freezer, pop it out, and then fire it in a kiln until all that glass is just basically sticking together. So these are fused glass flowers. We don't frequently use these within our glass blown pieces, so I consider that to be something unusual, something special about these pieces. And we're only just getting started, so luckily I'll be able to walk you through the whole process as they go along. And to start us off, I'll give an overview of the hot shop. So all of our projects start in the back, this tank with the closed door. This is our glass furnace, and it holds up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass inside of a giant ceramic crucible, sitting at about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And this furnace, it stays on 24/7, by the way. We never turn it off. We never turn it down. We actually turn it up when we put more glass mixture inside of it, which is silica sand, soda ash, and limestone. And then we have these open-faced furnaces. These are to reheat the glass. They're called glory holes, and they run between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so just a little bit warmer. And again, we use those only to reheat the glass. There's nothing physically inside of them necessarily. And of course, once again, I'm just going to kind of follow along the process as they continue making this piece. But if you have any questions, whether it's about the program or whether it's about the hot shop, things in the gallery, feel free to just grab my attention and let me know. So we've just gathered some clear glass on the end of a blowpipe. And it's almost a little magical. So the glass has been shaped and inadvertently cooled on the outside by that table. Trent blows into the opposite end of the pipe, and keeps his thumb over the end, which forcefully kind of pressurizes or pushes the air into the glass, creating our bubble. So now we already have our bubble, and you'll see how we get color next. So over on the right, we have completely heated up a solid piece of colored glass that starts off as something called color bar, by the way. Melted it down, dropped it on top of the clear bubble, and we'll push and roll that color back until it covers up the clear glass almost completely, so you only see that color in the final piece. And again, this is how we get it shipped in. This is color bar. It's different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into the original clear glass mixture. It's melted down. So to cover the clear bubble with that color, we roll it, push it back using the marver, that metal table. And we do have these marvers throughout the hot shop, kind of at each station, essentially, each bench. And after letting that glass cool down a little bit, we will be gathering a layer of clear over top of it. And all these consecutive layers of clear, layer after layer, it's mostly just to build up mass for the piece so that we have enough material to work with in the end. And that layer of color is just going to get thinner and thinner. So it's important that we start off with the amount that we need, but it is pretty rich. And right after gathering a layer of clear, we sit down and start using the block, which is a wooden spoon-shaped tool. And is there a way we could move the camera just a tad so we can see behind the closed captioning? We'll see. You'll see more of that at the center bench anyways. And for those who've recently or just joined in, welcome into the Hot Shop. I just wanted to share who we have here and what we have going on real quick, just catch you guys up. We have Hilltop Artists down on the Hot Shop floor. This is a local youth development arts nonprofit that's been running since 1994. And I am an alumni of the program myself. I started at 15 in an after-school club blowing glass. And there are just so many different programs within this nonprofit, super accessible, free for the students who partake in the program. And we are specifically making these centerpieces that you see throughout the front of the Hot Shop, on the pedestal, on the tables. These are all going to be for our annual Better Futures Luncheon that's hosted each year in October. And this year it'll be on October 7th. It's always at Hotel Murano, so same this year at Hotel Murano. So all of our pipes and a lot of our tools, including the tables, are made out of stainless steel. And yeah, surprisingly, the heat doesn't travel very far down the pipe, maybe only about this far down. That's a question I always get next. So apparently steel is a relatively poor conductor of heat, but it'd be totally different if we were using something like copper. Yes, so interestingly enough, the pipe does get hot enough that it becomes sort of malleable, so we have to be careful. Our pipes can get bent from mistreating them. Like if we heat them up and then cool them rapidly in a certain way, then they bend, or you could get little marks in them. But it's definitely not hot enough to melt that stainless steel. And the glass is like the texture of honey at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit once again. So that's kind of the maximum temperature we're working with, maybe upwards of 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. So up on the screen, we have a better view of the tool that I was talking about earlier. Once again, the block. So this wooden spoon-shaped tool, they're usually carved out of a fruit wood, such as cherry wood. And I don't think that this is explained exactly why, but I'm assuming that it maybe is able to saturate with water a little bit better, or maybe it's a little bit of a harder wood than something like pine. But either way, we keep these saturated in water 24/7, even when we're not quite planning on using them. Maybe it could be a month down the line. We always want them to stay fully saturated. The idea is that we have a layer of steam in between the wood and the glass, so neither of them are quite touchy. Oh yeah, and again, I want to share about this large event that we have coming up super soon on August 9th. We're going to have an event here at the museum that's called Glass Fest Northwest. It's completely free entry to the museum, free entry to the event, which will take place right outside the entrance of the museum. There will be a bunch of artists setting up booths to show off their art, sell their art, and there will be food trucks, music, and in the hot shop, there will be a ton of demos as well, special demonstrations. And that's an all-day thing, by the way. Yeah, so the reason we spray water inside of the furnace, and once again, those tanks with the closed doors, this is where we're keeping our molten glass, just a pool of molten glass. We are hopefully hitting the surface of the glass and breaking any air bubbles that have risen up. We just are trying to prevent any air bubbles from being in the walls of our piece, which can happen. Yeah, it's not the end of the world. It's just a visual thing. The artists are trying to make it perfect. Yeah, so this bubble, it does have a small pocket of air on the very end of the pipe within those walls of the glass. You just can't see it underneath the layer of colored glass. And yeah, the walls are really thick right now. But we're actually going to start blowing this up pretty soon, start shaping it, turning it into one of our centerpieces. And this happens pretty quickly. Once we get all the material we need, it's like you're almost halfway through the process. So now we're starting to blow this up. Sarah's using this pad to guide which way it blows out. This is actually just folded up newspaper that has been soaked or splashed with water. That's all this material is. And this is as close as we'll get to using our hands to shape the glass. Kind of conforms to the shape of our hand. Yep, so just to share, we're seeing a couple of different ways to heat the glass now. I haven't really mentioned this torch yet. With just a push of the lever on the side, it ignites or pushes into a bigger flame. This runs about the same temperature as the glory holes, those open face furnaces. So between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But the torch will heat up just a small section of glass at a time instead of heating up the entire piece overall. Yeah, so we're just starting to shape this piece of glass. Sarah's using the jacks, which are two metal blades, and kind of squeezing down, creating a divot in the glass. I'm watching what they're doing and talking to you. Yeah, exactly. What I'm seeing here is actually the same as what you're seeing up there, so nothing special, nothing special. But that divot, I always want to point that divot out off the end of the pipe. This is our breaking point. So once we have the overall shape, we just knock the entire thing off from there. Yeah, if anyone's curious, I wanted to point out that we have some flame working happening up in the front right here. So this is a smaller scale glass art. You can make beads, you can make small flowers, you can make a variety of items using this table mounted torch. And just an interesting fact, if you've already gone through the galleries, you've seen all those insects. Those insects were made using flame working as well. So it's just very detail oriented, just a little bit of glass at a time. And we're making some beads up in the front today. So yeah, these are not going to be added to the centerpieces. They're just standalone or separate from the hot shop. Okay, so this is super interesting. I'm excited to point this out. We held the bubble up towards the ceiling. We're using gravity to shape the glass. So holding it in that direction, the glass is slumping and kind of pushing down onto itself. And this pipe, by the way, it does act like a straw. So we can push air into the piece, but that air can actually come back out. So frequently we'll be keeping our thumb over the end of the pipe if we're doing something like that. And just to point out again, we will usually have 2 benches going at the same time making these pieces. So we have some students over on the left making some centerpieces over there as well. Same process, same colors probably. And over on the right bench, this is usually reserved for the starts. So somebody will be preparing the bubbles and kind of passing them off to be really efficient with time. And we're using these wooden paddles to shield Sarah's arm from the radiant heat that's just coming off of the piece itself as she continues to use the pad of newspaper. Now we do use these paddles to flatten the bottom of the piece closer to the end of this process, like we're seeing here. Just creating a flat bottom for the piece to rest on a table. Yeah, interestingly enough, when the glass is this hot, there will be no marks left over from the wooden paddle. Yeah, it just incinerates everything. You know what's interesting though is I found and started working on the other day some fusion glass, which if you don't know, you are usually taking tiles or sheets of colored glass and you're layering them in certain ways, decorating them in certain ways, and then you fuse it, melt it in a kiln until it sticks together. But if you put something like a fern in between 2 layers of glass, it actually does leave a residual ash mark of the fern left over. It's almost like a little skeletal remain. It's really cool. So there's no color of the fern left over. It's just a little white outline. So it can stay if you trap it. Yeah, so the color change is just a trick of the light in a way. So the glass is so hot that it's radiating light as well as heat, much like lava. It's just glowing red hot. So the true color of this piece is definitely going to be a nice cobalt blue, it's looking like. And any other color you see during the process is just heat built up inside of the glass. And this is a pipe cooler that we use every once in a while over on the right side of the hot shop. It's just a trough of water that we set the pipe down into. I get a lot of questions about the heat of the glass and the pipe and the tools, so I always like to point out when they use that. And it looks like Sarah's just marked the bottom of the piece. So sometimes if we have a really large bottom, or it's just a really large piece in general, or we have a confusing pattern, we'll mark kind of a target for us to hit on the bottom when we go ahead and attach this second pipe. So we're bringing over that second pipe now. This is called a punty. Punty is basically a transferring pipe. We're going to transfer the piece off of the original pipe. And this is going to involve breaking the piece off of its first pipe. So we use a little bit of water, thermally shock that connection, and then tap the pipe, and it pops right off. So just like that, we've completely flipped the orientation of the piece. Now we can start working on the top half of it. So it looks like we've heated up the front of this piece enough to start really working with it. And to kind of control the shape, Sarah's going to stay on the outside of the piece for now with the papers, just around the opening, creating a little bit of inward pressure. And as we turn, this is pushing or flaring the walls of the glass out and into the paper from centrifugal force. And then we see a brand new tool that I haven't really gotten to talk about. These are the pachofis. So instead of having 2 metal blades, we now have 2 wooden blades. These are also kept saturated in water. And we can use the tips of them and kind of push from the inside, starting at the base of the piece and then working our way up, out. And this is going to create more of a low bowl shape or a plate platter, depending on what they want to make in that moment. Yeah, so it's kind of hard to see, but those rods have these little loops, and then the tops of the doors have these pegs that the loops hook onto, and we can open and close the doors for people. And the reason we wouldn't just leave the doors open is we want to preserve more heat, so we try to close them as much as we can. And therefore, that's why we need another assistant to open and close the doors over and over again. It is a scary job. Like, if you don't open it in time or don't close it in time, then you could hit the piece or the piece could break. They're all natural gas. Yeah, natural gas and forced air. I think the large fluffy torch is also natural gas, and then these smaller torches, along with one you'll see later, is propane and oxygen. So we have a few different fuel or heat sources. Yeah, so the only thing I've been told today is they're making centerpieces. And so we're just seeing a variety of shapes. And this one, it's looking like it's going to be a low bowl, or maybe if they open it all the way, it could even be a plate or a platter shape. And all of the pieces, they have been attaching these flowers as well, so we'll see. I assume they'll still be attaching a flower to this one as well, even though there's not quite a side to the piece. It's more of like a top and a bottom. Just a little bit different than what we've seen so far. Oh yeah, so I wanted to point out as well, we've just attached some rollers to the bench on either side. So instead of rotating the piece back and forth across the bench, eventually we'll be able to set them in the rollers and just rotate the piece in one place. This is really helpful for creating a more symmetrical shape. And also, it allows us to work on the outside of the bench as well if we want. So pretty soon here, we should see them start to use a smaller handheld torch and heat up a section of the piece, just probably on the outside or the underside of the plate that we're seeing. And this is where we're going to be attaching that flower. And again, for anyone that hasn't seen all these fused glass flowers, I'll hold them up again, but we have a ton of these on the front table right here, as well as heating them up inside of the silver box right here called the garage. We're trying to preheat them up to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And they're on the outside of all of these pieces as kind of an accent, which you'll see. Yeah, so we just heat them up one by one, and then we attach it to the side of our piece. Yeah, so the way these flowers are made is using a silicone mold that you might use for candy or for a dessert of some kind, and then putting a powdered colored glass and water mixture inside, and then just freezing them in the freezer. And then they pop them out of the mold, put them inside of a kiln, and then fire it until it basically just all sticks together and has a nice smooth finish. Some of them are pretty grainy still, like the one that I've been showing off. You can actually feel a little bit of that texture from the powdered glass, but some of them are melted completely smooth. So we've stuck at least 2 flowers onto this plate. I just wanted to point out again, this small torch that he's using, the handheld one, it gets up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And as you remember, the molten glass, when it's the texture of honey, is at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So this is over double that heat. We're just applying it to that one little spot, therefore melting a small section of glass very quickly. It's really helpful for detailed work and for also sculpting, getting all the lines, crevices in like an animal's face, for example. Now this might be one of the first pieces where they've attached multiple flowers to, and I'm thinking it's because it's getting pretty close to the end of the day, our final day of the residency, so they're like, let's just use up more flowers. So at this point, we are getting ready to break the piece off and put it away. So we've been heating up that area where the pipe is connected to the bottom of the piece. We've been heating up that clear glass quite a bit until we see some movement in that connection. And then we will weaken this connection by cutting at it with a pair of shears, kind of like glass scissors. And we hold the gloves underneath it. We're not quite breaking it off yet, just in case it decides to spontaneously pop off, which has happened before, so we're always ready to catch it. And then when we truly break it off, you'll see the artist dip their entire hand and the tweezers in some water and then apply it to that connection to crack it. Yeah, we always avoid the hot glass touching anything cold. And I know it doesn't look hot right now, but this glass is still at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's the temperature we want it to be at. We want it to be maybe between 900 and 1,000, 1,100, just so that it's not quite moving, but it's also not so cold that it'll break from thermal shock. Yeah, when we break this piece off, we put it inside of an annealer, which we have these boxes throughout the hot shop, and they're meant to slowly cool the piece overnight through an annealing cycle. Yeah, so we're applying that water now. Can kind of hear the hiss and crackle if you're up close. And then all we should have to do is tap the pipe, and that should pop off into those Kevlar gloves. And then we stamp the bottom with the Hilltop Artists logo before popping it into the annealer to slowly cool down overnight. So just like that, we have finished our piece. Yeah, as you saw, once we have all the material we need, it's pretty quick from there. Yeah, so the artists get a little bit of water, take a little breather, but this is a continuous demonstration, so we will be continuing to make more glass art, both at the center and the left bench. And again, up in the front, we're seeing some flame working, completely different from the hot shop, much smaller scale glass art, but very detail oriented. It's so tricky to go from one to the other. It takes a lot of skill. So for those who just joined in, first of all, welcome into the Hot Shop. And I just wanted to share who we have here, what we have going on. So this is Hilltop Artists down on the Hot Shop floor. It's a local youth nonprofit, so kids could start blowing glass at the age of 12 years old here in Tacoma. As young as 12, you can start blowing glass. And this program goes all the way, depending on, pursuing education, etc., to 26 years old. And we have a variety of programs that run, such as after-school clubs, summer programs. All of it's free for the students. So we have a lot of youth on the floor today because of this. And we have a student-run bench over on the left. We have some of our Hot Shop team members that work here full-time at the museum, working at the center bench and working with some of the instructors, alumni of the program. And we're all making centerpieces for our upcoming luncheon over at Hilltop Artists. This is going to be on October 7th over at Hotel Murano. And we have a ton of examples already out of the various centerpieces that we'll see there. But the thing that stands out about these are the flowers that are attached to the side of the piece. And these are made with fused glass, starting with glass powder. I just think it's super interesting because we don't usually see fused glass and blown glass combined, but these are quite literally heated up and then just attached to the side of the piece. And a couple years back, we also saw flame-worked glass, which is this smaller scale glass art in the front, and hot shop glass combined in the way of millefiori, which are these little flowers all through the sides of the piece. So it's just really cool to see them bring multiple parts of the art world, glass world together that usually don't interact very much. And we are getting started on the centerpiece up on the screen. We have a view of the left bench. This is a piece of colored glass that has been heated up and then dropped down on top of a clear bubble. This will be spread, pushed, rolled back until it covers up that clear glass completely and we can't see it anymore. And that creates a layer of color across the piece. Yeah, feel free to take photos of anything you like. Take a look around at all of our finished pieces. Walk around the entirety of the hot shop. You can actually go up and above, get a different vantage point. And you can also ask me any questions that you might have, whether it's about the galleries, the artists here, the hot shop. So to create identical pieces, sometimes molds are used. We can blow into a mold and get the same texture. We can blow into a mold and get the same exact shape, depending on what we're going for exactly. And we also, I mean, these artists are so talented that you'll see working here throughout any time you come to visit. Some of them have 20 to 30 years of experience, full-time blowing glass, and that causes them to be almost machine perfect. They'll use these calipers to double check measurements as they go along as well, so they could have just been double checking the measurements and making sure they got it exact. Yeah, it could have been a few different things. Oh, and again, did I point this out to you guys up in the front here? I don't think I did yet, but this is flame working. So we're using these small rods of colored glass, heating up the ends of them and kind of wrapping them around these long metal rods. And those metal rods create the hole for the bead. So yeah, just by wrapping this color around, we could create a basic round bead, but they're taking it many steps further, creating like animal heads with teeth and creating flowers and all sorts of stuff. Yeah, so this bubble is going to turn into one of our centerpieces. This already has a pocket of air inside. It's a little bit hard to see because the glass is so hot that it's radiating all this light. And we're using a wooden spoon-shaped tool called a block to kind of smooth and even the surface of the glass out. We frequently use these right after getting a fresh layer of glass. And now we're using the pipe cooler, just briefly, setting that pipe into a trough of water. Oh, and again, I wanted to share, if anyone's interested, I have pamphlets talking about the different programs in Hilltop Artists as well as some events coming up, which we have a block party coming up in a couple of days on Tuesday in the evening. There will be a bunch of booths set up showing off and selling artwork, as well as tons of activities, both family friendly and also live glass demos, for example, over at one of our studios over at Hilltop Heritage. So that's one of the bigger events coming up. And again, yeah, if you have any youth in your life that would be interested in blowing glass, definitely get them into it. So the center bench, we've already started to blow this piece out quite a bit. We used the jacks, which are two metal blades, to squeeze down off the end of the pipe. This line or divot that was formed from that is eventually going to be our breaking point. We'll take the entire piece off of the pipe later on from that line. And again, I just wanted to share for anyone who's recently joined in who we have here. So we have Hilltop Artists down on the floor. You could kind of tell based off of everyone's shirts, but this is a local youth development arts nonprofit that's been running since 1994. And we have a lot of current students of the program on the floor, as well as some alumni, some instructors. Then we also have a couple of people who work for the Museum of Glass helping us out today. So this is a yearly residency that Hilltop Artists has in this hot shop. They have it once a year in the summer to prepare for an auction or a luncheon in October of each year, called the Better Futures Luncheon. And each year they'll choose a specific theme to go off of. So this year we're using these kiln-formed or fused flowers, which you'll see on the front table right here. And I can hold them up for anyone that hasn't seen them. Just a little bit grainy still from using powdered colored glass to get the color. It's really interesting. You can feel that texture. So we've just been making a variety of shapes, a variety of sizes, a variety of colors. That part doesn't matter. We make the centerpiece, and then we take that flower and attach it to the side. That's the thing that's tying all these pieces together. Oh yeah, and if you guys are curious about what's up in the front here, which ask me questions if you guys have any, by the way. Feel free to just raise your hand and let me know. But we're making some beads up in the front using these little metal rods called mandrels, and then taking these rods of color, heating them up just at the end, really, and then wrapping that color around the mandrel, and that creates our basic round bead. And from there, of course, the artists are taking it a step further. They're creating flowers. They're creating all these little details using layers of different colors and patterns. And this is called flame working. All those insects that you see in the gallery right now, those are also flame worked. So using that small scale table mounted torch to get these really high level of detailed pieces. So, you know what's crazy about these horses is they're made all in one go out of just one big glob of molten glass. They usually have a little bit of leftover color on the end of their pipe and they don't want to waste it. So they gather clear, they sit down at the bench, they grab a pair of tweezers, and they just start pulling the head out and then the neck out and then the legs and then the body and then the tail finally comes last, and that's what's attached to the pipe. And those take only about 60 seconds or so to make. I know, it doesn't look like it, like it's so detailed. How could you make something that fast? But you have to, because that's residual heat that you're working with. And just to point out here, we are using this torch to heat up a section of the glass at a time, kind of balancing some heat out, heating up the cold area. Cold as in it's probably about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And then we are using that open face furnace for an overall heat, usually to make the glass malleable again. We're trying to keep the glass warm in this instance. And pretty soon we'll bring over another pipe and attach it to the bottom of the piece. So we've just attached that second pipe to the bottom of the piece. That clear glass is just acting as an attachment point, or something to connect. Then we apply some water and tap the pipe to pop the piece off from its original pipe. And the whole point of doing this is just so we can access and work on the other side of the piece, so we've basically flipped the orientation of the piece. So we're working both at the left bench and the center bench right now. And again, the left bench is mostly just student run, and they're working with a little bit of color versus the center bench. We're just working with clear right now. So it is interesting to see that difference. So we've just taken both of our pieces out. Looks like we're pretty much at the same stage at both benches where we are starting to open the piece up. At the center bench, we're using a tool called the Soffietta. And what the Soffietta does is it allows us to blow more air into the piece even though it's already been removed from its blowpipe, that pipe that it was attached to first. And for anyone that's recently joined in, first of all, welcome into the Hot Shop again. We are working with Hilltop Artists today. So you can see a lot of us are wearing Hilltop Artist shirts. Some of us might be wearing more so Museum of Glass shirts, but everyone here, most of everyone, is part of the program themselves, or they were part of the program, maybe our alumni and instructors now. It's a youth development arts nonprofit that is in Tacoma. We have 2 hot shops, one in the back of a middle school, one in the back of a high school, that allow kids 12 and up to blow glass. And we do have current students of that program on the floor. Some of them are after school clubs, some of them are during the day electives. There's a production team which allows them to earn a stipend as they make glass art that the program sells for funds. There's also summer programs. And I continuously point out all the different programs and emphasize that there's even more, because there's tons of ways to get involved or get your kids involved, get loved ones involved. I have these pamphlets talking about the various programs as well as some of the upcoming events, so let me know if you're interested in grabbing one of these. I have plenty left. And at the center bench, might be a little bit hard to see from where we're sitting, but we're going on the inside of the piece with the jacks, which are those 2 metal blades, kind of just opening the walls up, straightening them out. And then we're also using a wooden paddle against the opening of the piece and just flattening, smoothing the lip out. And again, you're welcome to take a closer look at any of these pieces, including the individual flowers or these vases on the front pedestals on either side of me. And now this is the point where we start getting ready to attach one of those flowers. Again, we have a ton of examples of these on the front table. These are fused glass flowers that started off as powdered colored glass, and they were thrown into a silicone mold with some water, and it took on the form of these flowers. They then took them out of the molds and fired them in a kiln to create these flowers. And these have quite a bit of intricacy in them. Some of them are dahlias, roses, variety of flowers. We just heat them up one by one and attach them to the side of the piece. So again, this small torch can get up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And because of this, we heat up just a very small section of glass at a time, so we're not altering the overall shape of the piece. Instead, we can just work with that one small section at a time. And we've been attaching as many flowers as we can for the last couple of pieces. I think they're trying to use them up since we have a limited amount of time. And we're carrying them out of the garage. If you guys haven't seen this box, it sits at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So we'll put cold pieces of glass in there to preheat to that temperature. And it has to be that temperature or higher to be able to stick to the molten glass and not crack from thermal shock. It's just kind of a happy medium temperature. So we bring over yet another flower, push that onto the side of our piece. We're doing 2 full rows down the side of the piece on opposite sides, I should say. So there, we have mirrored both sides of the piece to each other. Yeah, for those who just joined in, we are finishing off this piece of the center bench by attaching all of these flowers to the side of the piece. Final flower for this side. We have a variety of colors as well. I think mostly blues and purples it's looking like. And we'll have 3 more of these flowers to attach on the opposite side that we were just working on. So we've just finished another piece coming from the left bench. So for those who just joined in, we're finishing off our centerpiece at the center bench. This is a centerpiece for the Better Futures Luncheon on October 7th for Hilltop Artists. Hilltop Artists is the group that you see down on the floor today. That's why you're seeing so many of those Hilltop Artists shirts. But this is a local youth development arts nonprofit. It allows kids 12 and up to blow glass here in Tacoma. Kind of connect people from different backgrounds. And this programming that Hilltop Artists offers is completely free for all those students. There's during the day elective classes, there's after school clubs, there's summer programs, there's a production team as well. If the kids are really interested, they get invited to make glass arts that the program sells, and that helps fund the various programs themselves. So yeah, they're serving currently over 650 students ages 12 through 26. And I'm an alumni of the program. I started when I was 15 years old, so feel free to ask any questions that you might have about it. And if you'd like, you can have this information pamphlet on the program as well. So we've attached our last row of flowers. It looks like soon we'll get ready to break the piece off and put it away. We're just slightly adjusting them, making sure they're contoured to the side of the piece. Feel free to ask any questions that you guys might have, whether it's about the hot shop, about the program, about the galleries, for example. So the flowers are already attached. They're just kind of pushing the petals to contour it to the side of the piece. Just trying to make them touch down all the way, maybe. Yeah, it's all just one piece. This is going to be a centerpiece for that luncheon. So much like all of these individual pieces, these are all made over the last 4 days or so, starting on Wednesday. They had a full residency here. And that's something that Hilltop Artists does each year in the summer to prepare for that luncheon, is they have the residency here. So now we're ready to break this piece off and put it away. We dip our tweezers in some water and apply this all the way to the end of the pipe, right next to that connection point. And once they're ready, they give the pipe a tap, and that pops cleanly off. We stamp the bottom with the Hilltop Artists logo, and this piece is completely done. When we finish our pieces, this has to go inside of the annealer, this box. Surprisingly, it sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. Which is about the temperature of the glass itself. But the idea is we want to cool this glass really slowly overnight to prevent thermal shock. So we won't see that piece again until maybe about midday tomorrow. So now we're technically working at 3 benches at the same time, and I always point out this is why we have all of those furnaces lit up so that we can work at multiple places at the same time and just be really efficient with our time. And we have enough people. So we're probably going to see the color application process, at least on one of these benches, where we start with a solid piece of colored glass, melt it down, and kind of layer it on top of a clear bubble. Yeah, welcome to the Hot Shop for those who joined in. See a few new faces in the crowd, so I wanted to share who we have here, what we have going on. So we have Hilltop Artists down on the Hot Shop floor. They're a local youth development arts nonprofit. They have a variety of programming that they use to serve this youth, which they serve over 650 students currently, ages 12 through 26. And this programming includes, but it's not limited to, after school clubs, summer programs, during the day electives, and even more. There's also a couple of production teams. Some of them are teenage youth who create artwork that is eventually sold for funds for the program. And then we also have more of an alumni production team, and they're more advanced. And all of this is especially supposed to help in pursuing education, which is really interesting. I personally started in this program when I was 15 years old and have continued in it as an alumni. And I am pursuing further education towards mechanical engineering, just to give an example. But we are making some centerpieces for upcoming luncheon, which we have once a year in the fall, in October. So each year, Hilltop Artists will come to the Museum of Glass in the summer and prepare for this luncheon by blowing glass for a week. And this is the last day of the residency, so we're trying to finish as much as we can, but we might only be able to see a couple more pieces made. So we're working at the center bench. This is where I usually focus the most. We already have color within the walls of this bubble of glass right here. And believe it or not, this color is probably not orange. It's just orange from how hot the glass is. It's radiating light as well as heat. Yeah, for those who just joined in, we're going to see a couple more centerpieces made for our upcoming Better Futures luncheon for Hilltop Artists. And Hilltop Artists is the group that you see on the floor today. If you're local, you might have already heard about it, but it's a youth development arts nonprofit. It's been running since 1994, and it serves over 650 students ages 12 through 26 currently. And we're seeing a variety of pieces made when it comes to shape and size and color. But the thing that's been tying all these pieces together are the usage of these glass flowers that you'll see on each of our finished pieces. So these glass flowers are actually started as powdered colored glass that was eventually fused together in a kiln. And we've just been picking them up and bringing them over to our pieces and attaching them to the side. So at the center bench, this glass bubble is kind of being sectioned off of the pipe using the jacks as two metal blades. This line or divot that has been created is our breaking point, so we can break the entire piece off later on from that exact line. And yeah, interestingly enough, once again, you'll see that this color, quote unquote, changes as it cools down. In reality, it's just going back to its true color. The glass is so hot that it's radiating light as well as heat. We just flatten the bottom of the piece with a wooden paddle. And we're also working over on the right bench and over on the left bench. All these various pieces should be standalone pieces. So they'll turn into individual small vases or bowls or cups. So, welcome into the hot shop. We are continuing to work on our centerpieces for, once again, the Better Futures Luncheon we have coming up on October 7th. We have just transferred our piece at the center bench to a second pipe, in order to work on the opposite end of the piece. And most importantly, again, we have Hilltop Artists down on the hot shop floor. This is a local youth development arts nonprofit, and we have a lot of current students of the program down on the hot shop floor who are helping out and also making their own centerpieces for this event coming up. And we don't have an exact blueprint as to what we're making when it comes to the shapes. We're just kind of making a variety, shapes, colors, sizes. The thing that ties all these pieces together are those flowers that you'll see on the front of each of the pieces. It's kind of an accent. And the flowers are actually fused glass, starting with powdered colored glass. Yeah, do we have a pony pulling video that we could pop up? There's no rush, but I've actually gotten a couple of questions about those ponies throughout the day. So up on the screen, we're going to see a little video about it. Okay, so this is the flower attachment section of making the piece. We've been heating up just a small little area in the base of the bowl, and we bring over our flour and just attach it right on top of that hot melted section of glass. And just to point out, these flowers, they came from this silver box here, so they had to be preheated up to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit first before we could even use them. And I know that sounds really warm, but the glass is completely solid at that temperature. So for those who joined in kind of recently, we finished this bowl at the center bench, and we're just bringing over all these individual little leaves that were fused glass to begin with. We heated them up, and we're just popping them into the bottom of the bowl to create a pattern and a design. But this is going to be a centerpiece along with all these other pieces you're seeing for the Hilltop Artists Better Futures Luncheon. Yeah, just finishing off another piece. And it's looking like we may be done at the other benches. So we're just focusing at the center bench here. And we've just attached a flower right to the center of all of those leaves. Trying to use up as much of this as we can since it's very close to the end of the day. And we can let the leftover pieces of glass cool down slowly overnight. That'll be fine. We can use them for projects in the future. But I bet they want to use up as much as they can. And now that we're ready to break this piece off, we apply a little bit of water to the end of the pipe. And then all it should take is a tap of the pipe with our tool, and that should pop off into those Kevlar gloves. And just like that, we have finished our bowl. This is stamped with the Hilltop Artists logo on the bottom. And then put inside of the annealer over on the right wall, that large black box, to slowly cool down overnight. This just prevents it from breaking from thermal shock. So that was the final piece of the day, it sounds like, meaning that this residency is done. Bittersweet.